hundreds of the deities of the joyful or the land of joy, and it has two the divisions. One is that the greatness of Dharma, and two is the greatness of the order.
Lame nejo siade, gaden haja tende lame nejo. Nembe ko du jerum buchida rangi tsavela oyi me chogre. Rangi lama de tojo. Rangi lama tameba yine edibe. Ane sanje sudare. Deva mena lame nejo rigu mare. Yine adarin de jerum buchida riga lame nejo yinga jerum chi yene di shengu yore.
And this Gandel Hajama, or the hundreds of the deities of land of joy, as also the practice of Guru Yoga, and when we do this practice of Guru Yoga in connection with the hundreds of deities of land of joy, and then we should we have to visualize Tsongkhapa, seeing that the Tsongkhapa is inseparable from our gurus. And for this reason, now we need to explain about the greatness of Tsongkhapa.
Yerumuchi sanje ge longte matela longte mambuyor jabe tsaju tinale be longte shitachi dodi danga bobi yebu seya tinale longte mambuyor.
There are the many predictions made by the Buddha about the Tsongkhapa, such as the root, the Tantra of Manjushri, and other the sutras reveal about the Tsongkhapa.
Jameza jule mani jiden mani nyangen de ne sai ten de dongba no cheni jibe zo jin sanje zeba jeba ju de su gon chen ro ba wa kawa chen de yo ba yin su de kong la jero wo shi ge ta tu je lu ro ten de le mai jebe yang ju ba re de yama jawa ombo to jiden de chen de kong la jawa ombo to jiden la sanje ge zeba jeba kong la jebe yang ge
and in general, Tsongkhapa is an emanation of Manjushri, but when Buddha called Ongpe Dog appeared on this earth, and then at that time, Tsongkhapa served as an assistant to Manjushri.
Nja obuto ge khoso jasu da be ta da me da rivan zimba kheba da chudo da be khoso be ji ke moncha mambu cho de se ji le ya ani be mahu ba na la ni me tu ma da be shin gam a de ne be de su nyan bo de ne yong ji yo de ne ge ko da ni ta be shu da shu ba shu no me ge ba ba do de ne ge be tu nge be tu la ni so sanga doji tiba da na yi什么 ome dawa就是被流到说了嘛的人头看得起用过的时间呢个人呢所以这个开来嘛呢像是什么全部属于年纪里是这样的先开来看要嘛
So when the Buddha, the Ongpe Dog, was giving a discourse to many the disciples of the Bodhisattvas and realized beings, and during the discourse, the Buddha Ongpe Dog state that in the future, when the time is very degenerating, and when the people will commit more negative actions, who's there that we maintain in the Vajradhara teachings and the middle view at that time among you, the disciples, and none of was able to volunteer that they be maintain and the Vajradhara teachings and middle way view.
Oda teke lenge me du jeru shi yin ken jebe ya bi shi de ye de ba di kong ya jan ne sang je de ma wo ba na o de ni be tu nge be sin je ni ma ma sabar do tu de la ani lu da so la ma da wa na sa mo do ji te ba dan de sang a do ji te ba nge be wi yin shi ni ke le ma
And finally an assistant to the Manjushri who made a promise saying in the future when the time will be very degenerating and where the people will create more non-virtuous actions, at that time then I will maintain and promote the Vajradhara teachings and middle way view without actually regarding my bodies as very important.
Madabe Shinkana la Himanga do a cola, Damba Bear told me to be begging in saying to be logo you can, Chanchu Simba Chimbuta, Maju. Madabe Shinkana the Sijan Mugu do cover. Hajang Jabang Emma Yinza, Telebet Damba Bear begging to be Nido you can join.
There was
terrible you to see Bear Shejinama Yinza, Java Ungo to be Chanchu Simba Chen, Nido Chimbo, Nido Chimbo is Jemida. I never saw number 2 to you. 안니베 제지 만나다가 대신 로고 주지 손에 내도지 저주는 상제 만복에 저랑 집어다 마치 만나다가 레설레스 제지라 만나다가 대신 로고지 저주 신하나 상제 만복에 메도 도네 아니 공부를 메도 되는 생들이제 어도스
and then there were many bodhisattvas but none of those bodhisattvas were able to make a promise to actually help in the degenerating age. It was then this assistant to the Manjushri who made a promise saying that I myself do preserve and maintain the teachings on Vajradhara, the Sutra mantra and in the midway view and then Gyalwa Ongpeto said, "You are very, very brave, one." And saying that, and then Buddha called him a name Induk Chenpo, means the great and mighty one. And then Buddha Ongpeto stated the words of truth, saying that all your wishing prayers will be fulfilled. And at the same time, the Buddhas of the 10 directions thrown flowers onto the assistant to the Manjushri, saying good, and then you the great and mighty one, your activities will be fulfilled in the future.
Mase ombuto ke changaro tamche sena hindo chimbushi seje jeve mangju sedi dire sanje ombuto ke changalo madabe shingala ni tambe chipegi se be sheji na we budu seje java da se changshu simba da java somalo be hindo chimbushi je mangju ze oda thoma be tonda dire
and it was it was for a long time ago that the Buddha Ongpeto and other the Bodhisattvas called for the assistant called the Induk Chenpo, the great mighty one, for the assistant to the Manjushri.
Then the Jagat Toma Shaja Toma Java Chuju Koloko the Sanjay Java Zeba Budu, yeah, Jeruchi to do the Chiuchi the Joji, Shiga Chama Jimanga Baji Puni, Tanchu Zeba Bangadaba. And
when our teacher in the Shakyamuni Buddha was in India, and then the former life of that Tsongkhapa, or the assistant to Manjushri at the time of Gyalwa Ongpeto, was as the infant, and offered the stainless crystal rosary to Buddha Shakyamuni.
Shiga Chuma Pua Digi Temjin, Mahubana, Chiu Digi Temba Delebe, Tagun Josung, no Rubi Chumama, Tava number Tava, Java number Tava, Mumba number Tava, Yaho Yunguri Sung, long day.
And as an auspicious signs of offering that stainless crystal rosary to the Jetsong through Shakyamuni Buddha, and Shakyamuni Buddha predicted about that infant, saying that in the future the doctrine or the teachings of this infant will be pure one, such as the views of this this infant will be the pure one, and the meditational practices of this the teachings on this infant will be a pure one, and also the behaviors of these infants teaching also stainless.
They got a Yamachi Sanjay, Tongaji Kusha. Tongadi, Jeruchi, the number, Jeruchi, invited that Jeruchi, the Sumaravachan, Chiuchi.
And also at that time, that infant was not known as Tsongkhapa, but that anyway, that same infant offered a white conch shell to Kyabje Buddha.
Gobarilla, Tebajo, Bomichable, Nani. Chudon de Gobarilla de la Bajo, Mount Soto in Sony, and Gade Gobario Satir, Gaden Gobalingo, Salingo Langala, Charles Hozo, Lingo Langati, Katut Bayori, or take on the Ted Basha, to what it have. Sanjay Sheju, did you go to Washington, me, CJ Yomari, Longton, Tibet, they were the Charlie war the Langa, those one probably war me, Tumbachi Budi, should put Chibesha. Charlie the Tel Song can tell that the beauty near Sat Konguchi, Tinsan Yong, Jeju Yong, or the legend Jeruchi, Gomat Garden, Gomachata Sadu, and the Jet Sushi, Tungadi Giant Shuji Lanamari.
And then when this conch shell was offered to Kyabje Buddha, and Shakyamuni said to Mankyana Putra, who was one of the two main disciples of the Buddha, saying, you should go to the northern country, Tibet, and then you should heat this white conch shell on a mountain called Gopari, and in the future, and then this infant, we use this for blowing or calling for the monks for the assembly for the practices and so forth, and also Buddha asked him to conceal one of the scriptures onto that mountain Gopari, and then as Buddha asked the Mankyana Putra to do, and then Mankyana Putra went onto this Gopari, and he concealed this the white conch shell and scripture there, and it is there's on a mountain near to the Gandhi monastery. There's one and we can see still the trace where these the precious things were hidden, and then it was a monkey who guarded this scripture and white conch shell. And then later on, when Tsongkhapa established Gandhi monastery, then he discovered these two things, and then a white conch shell was given to Jayang Cheche.
Chudi, that Chuji Mel is a tree dance at Chudadi, Changshin Chuji. Chudi got the energy. Yan Chuji in the room chat, the room, Tonga San Jeju. Chudi Chudadi, Serali. And the syndicate on the and then the scripture which was hidden onto that mountain is then used in the Gandhi monastery, and the white conch shell is in the Devlin monastery, and still this white conch shell exists. Yabe Saju le long ten de la mani nyangen de ni sai den de dong ba nas chenye ji ve su sanje de ba je ba nyus de se gon shen re ga wa ka wa chen na ye ba yin su me sanje ko na nyangen le de ne sa to le sanje me ri mong ba da chorom be sanje gen je ba che yong su sanje ku sa. And in his the Manjushri Tantra, Buddha predicted that in the future, you infant who's Tsongkhapa, we perform the Mayan deeds. This is when she wrote about coaching the Yoba in Jeruchi, Sanjay and Zevan Zedu, Guba, Gumba, and Sanjay Jusa Jabala Yomari, Bill coaching the Yore, Sony, Gadem Guba the long temper. And also in that, the root of Tantra, Buddha revealed that the Tsongkhapa will establish a monastery called Ganden. Chenye Jibe Zu Chenje Sanjay Jaba Jeva Yusundu, Jeruchi Juzin Jabaya Rebadi, the Pabe Sudu Majiba, jiba susu jiu tamya ranga o ke zura jibe tamya ba dine jila chungne dine kezun song da gung jiu song ge jeba da ge ji ne sanji dema la so sanji ge jeba jibire song yo jibe zu su ji tamya be zu ji jene sanji ge jeba jibire song.
And in the same in the root tantra it says even if you are the Manjushri and you will perform the deeds like the Buddhas while being in ordinary or while showing the manner of ordinary beings.
Yeruchi any be long dangma to be yene pa to ngani sa sanga ge to ba sine tadu ge ba to pe ba re di mo shi zan song ge yo sanje na ka ko she zi yo de nge be ha she zi chung jin ba se be san song ge yo ma be nyang chung ko re che ju ge yo da re san me lam ji dong ju ne shi bu ji che jung si she ge yo ne su.
And Tsongkhapa achieved the ultimate ultimate or final the mind isolation, and therefore he achieved many the high the tantric realizations, such as he has received the visions of many the Buddhas directly, and Tsongkhapa also didn't reveal any kind of miracle powers and clairvoyances. He was so humble of his the spiritual matters. And these days, if we dream about Buddhas at night time, we think we are great beings.
Then Sanjay Bebe Susju Be Chip Tameva Nanji Chip General Chicken Zevi Yoinza, Chene Chibe Zu Chini Shatiri, and Madame Yang and Be Josa, Churambe Chiba Susju, Suru Cheni, and Sanjay can seven say, Zevan, Sanjay can seven, Sanjay Tamanima, Shavana Jebe, Sanjay Nashan Chung.
So this is the meaning of that that you will perform the deeds while acting as an ordinary being, being as an ordinary being or showing as a manner of ordinary being, and then Tsongkhapa had performed the deeds exactly like the Buddhas. Tsongkhapa had also promoted and Buddha Dharma like the sun rays.
Sanjay Trubal, Koran Tamebe, Jenny, Pussy Pelanian, Zeni, Toma Pony, actually, Pedi, Chavitoni, and Zevan is Zomachi, Tusan, Yamade Nomini, Tobe and the Jew, the Troni, Sama Zori, Toba is a paper, Sunoi, Manone, Toman, Jizin Jave of Trubari. Jizin Jave of Truba Yimba, Scott, thank you, Dodi Gundi, the Jim, Mangona, Lonte, or Mado, and Tameva Yimba Hitani, in a village.
And all in his from his childhood until he was an adult, and Tsongkhapa had concentrated and integrated the hearing to teachings and contemplating on teachings and meditating on the teachings. Tsongkhapa actually didn't need it to do all this because he is an Manjushri. But as it was predicted, Tsongkhapa showed as a manner of being an ordinary being. But there are the many the texts like Ganju and Tanju where explained that the Tsongkhapa is an actual emanation in this Manjushri Tantra. Buddha said you pointing out to Manjushri saying you act as infant and ordinary being, and then you perform the Buddha's deeds.
다 레반 르부치를 손도 야리 제레즈는 장도도지 해야지 레반 르부치 해야지 저 제레즈 총럽 니시 자지 손요 손사데 뭐 로자 레비셔를 손어 손게지 저지 바네 아디샤리 손사데 양종 조요 제레즈 총럽 근데 총럽 니시 자지가 나네 타이 제부 생에도 총벽거나 사이 제고 그런 소리 제바체 제베가 소리 되게 마음 받는 공대네 마음 받는 저지 싫어 별에 대마다도 요야게 로데 관가 팅하니 요리사 우선 가도 요다 사이 제고 저지 되고 베제 다 자가 가와이나 어디반에 로데.
And there is in the Lepom Rinpoche, and that in that text also mentioned that Tsongkhapa is an emanation of our Lokdeshvara and the Vajrapani, and this Lepom Rinpoche or Lepom, the precious scripture, has 21 in the chapters, and in there this Lepom Rinpoche was given two more like Bengal share by by this by Tumtumpa, and in there and then the Tumtumpa explained that how the Tsongkhapa is an emanation of Manjushri and Vajrapani.
Mani niji jambe ri mala jere ri su cha song yo jere zi imba ti dire ruwa kunji pe tu ju jabe yang tong gewa me song jabe yang yin song
And
duka putan dewa no chana do jing han yin no song chana do jing song de song ri song gu mu ni cho song ma se mo ni do de song bu de ri song gu mu ri song gu mu gu ju ba cho zang ma se ri song gu mu ni cha ne ge gu mo de yin song
and the Tumtumpa said that he himself is also the Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, and the Vajrapani. He said that these two Ngoklepe Lokeshira.
다 노래 조선 나가 전제 승인데 ken신 차도로 와 승인지 소라래 니레 조선 나가 전제 조선 레지도지 여러분이 배도 요요리 공차나도 지금 조선시 차나도 지다 매래 버리고 가지고 이 셰지지 봐 손전전 버려리 공물라 나롱된자가나라 상진 레지도지라 권이 여는 되어이 로상 자반 되니는 상제 공지 주어버데 벤신 정글 유성니 너도 하지 된시지 니버 코나 상자오 소요 단디 네 자나도 지기 너라 조선도 송거 대 소야 대던다 대근에 너라 조선 나가 전전이야 가져야 되나 상진 레지도지라 수들 조선 레지도 코로나 송 뭐는 제가 니버는 제가 저런다 레레요 괜찮아 지원 하면 저런다 레레요 로상 잡은 니는 제로 붙이래 다 레단 되어요네 로상 잡아 니는 선제 군지 주어버디 선제 탐지고 주어 인소 제로 붙이 벤신 정글 유선에서 제로 붙이 꾸지 가봐 왜 마다 시간소 선제 되면 배고 인상 가봐 총총的네 벤드의 친구 찾아지는 종교요 벤신 정글 유선 벤신 정정지를 유선 종교요 너도 하지 된 시행은 너도 하게 되면 찾아 배를 넘겨요 너도 하지 된 시행 네버 코너 상자오스 고스텔 상자는 제가 샤다네 나케지 인수 롱드레지 돼요.
As at this one Tibetan meditator known as Thota Nanga Jansen, and he was an emanation of Vajrapani, and he used to communicate to Vajrapani directly. And one day, Vajrapani the sage predicted something to Thota Nanga Jansen and saying, the Tsongkhapa, who is a karmic link with you, Thota Nanga Jansen, and he is the emanation. He's an emanation of all the Buddhas, and also and he will appear as the apprentice or scholars and meditator for many the lifetimes, and he showed as manner of achieving enlightenment in the same lifetime.
제르무시가 로년제 야손에 가데 고바샤마도 공부지 칠레 Lora Drushen do leji doji naga jensen siri leji doji kung jesa pewa sanyin jesa jeruji pegi yore pedro chidi yang chana doji ki Drushen leji doji le ya janggo la lodu shushi suwa ya janggo mangu la lodu shushu suwa ya janggo mangu jeru shin barwa janggo re dai desan yung ra jen janggo toba ni la jen janggo ke jeru shin janggo bu zhuwa yungu je sanje tamje zhuwa yin san me yungu 장고 러도 쉬쉬서 선이 야 여러분이 봐 배로도 너라 주신 수가 배 수. 여러분이 또 리시 남 파배. 너라 주신 수가 배. 배도 여러분이 너라 주신 찬나도 진 예를. 찬나도 지고도 공 저거 버려지 저거 약속나 시면 어디니 제대로지. 배제다면 저거 좀 예를. And
just before the Tsongkhapa established a monastery called Ganten, and then that Tsongkhapa thought to meet in this Thoda Nagajensen, or sometime or otherwise known as Legia Doje, and the night that the one night, then Pani said to Thoda Nagajensen, saying tomorrow Manchunanda, here refers to Tsongkhapa, we come to see you, and you should receive the teachings on the teachings on the compendium of trainings, Shiksha Shamuja, from the Manchunanda. Manchunanda here referring to Tsongkhapa. And then the next day, then Tsongkhapa was coming to see Thoda Nagajensen while carrying his rucksack with things. And then Thoda Nagajensen also coming. He knew that Tsongkhapa was coming, so he was coming to welcome Tsongkhapa. And then Tsongkhapa saw in Thoda Nagajensen as a real Vajrapani and with a blue colored body, and especially Tsongkhapa saw his Vajrapani's belly was very rounded one in bluish color, like the color of an ocean. And Thoda Nagajensen himself also saw Tsongkhapa as a real living Montessori.
So I choose Mamu Shuriche. And Jerushi, Gane Shada, Margaret, Jezo, some of the Gane Mamushu. Gane Shuni, Dora Drushengia, Chana Dujila Shuni, Gane, Chana Dujila Shubi, Shubi, Gane, the Mahanawi. Chana Dujil, Iranji, Hashizi in a Hatel, Yanio, Hashizi, Bemasumune, Rani, Aima Ige, Lakashelabe, Tenerame, Kayori. Chana Doji Masun Java, Jerusi, David Chani, the Ganeki, Chana Doji Sun Java, Teresa, Sungunala, Shunem Henshu Dujichon Siati. Shunem Henshu Dujichon Siati, Sunga, Lura, Shell Shazi, Chana Doji. The Chana Doji, the General Lamabe, Buddha to Shingle Lamas, which should you all those two.
And then Tsongkhapa gave the teachings on the compendium of training or Shiksha Shamuja to Thoda Nagajensen, and then and the Thoda and Tsongkhapa also received the teachings from Thoda Nagajensen, and also later on Tsongkhapa asked very difficult subjects, especially on the generation and the completion stages. And when Thoda Nagajensen was unable to give the answers to the questions raised by the Tsongkhapa, and then Thoda Nagajensen asked his said that asked these questions to the Vajrapani, and Vajrapani gave these the answers. And then this Vajrapani was very unusual because he used to give all the answers to the Thotanaka Genze, and then when Tsongkhapa was receiving these answers from the Vajrapani, and Tsongkhapa took a note, and these the notes are also included within Tsongkhapa's collected works, and in there's one section known as Shunen Doje Tengwa, is that this garland or Vacha garland about Vacha garland which about the questions and answers, and this is the title, and this the Vacha garland is then the note taken by Tsongkhapa when Vajrapani gave the answers to his questions. And there is the collected works by Gyalwa Ensapa, and in his works, Gyalwa Ensapa said that the empowerments, the transmissions, and the teachings were received. Tsongkhapa received empowerments, teachings, and the transmissions from the Buddhas of the 10 directions.
Today in Zamazo Longi, Longden Shada Dongi, Longden, the Dozo Yomari, loaded Damabovi Jimuno, Chinala, Nida Dense Sasamsu, Gishi Gumanyu, Suazio, Tambo Jida Nezondi, Tamatunta Chedanson, Rini Chanshanja Yan Rinsun, Nida Dense Sasamsu, Jimudan, Nadi Boru, Gadeguba Yusati, Gadeni Animachi Lugin and Jimu Levi. Man Rubin and then Levi, Melody Varan Lobad and Dancer, then Chasamas, Tungoji Persia. Then did not dance Sasams. Jimund and Dang Peru, that's a Gish Kumajumus, Gaden, the Gaden, Gadenija Sigri, Gaden, or that, guessing what it now use. Tomo Jida Nezon, Tamatonda Chedanson, Tomo Jida de Jaya Pene, Tonda Chedanson, Jinin Jaya, Chanshanja, Chanshan the Kutrome. Jame Yang Rich, or the Legends, lovers from the Saja Saxon, or that the Legend Lontayo. Kashik Nel, Kashik Gonzalez, Kashik Zeva Lonte, or that the Legend Jerusalem in Zavatella, Kositella, Longajuma Rachel Majuba Kanshi, Pearly Ape Nishirashita, Pearly Ape to want to be research. The Legend read in a Tibaru and Zeva Knezayada me, and the Sumo Legend Jeda. Yes, Sumo, put the Sunju Sujayo. Sumo Muju Basun the Lord, gave a Chanyo, and Dube Chanyo, Marisa, Kavasundaj and Zuzu, and Harvard the Gumalan took him Kawyo. Where some of the other Kavas Dijabaru membership, having the subject Jasho, the Gendan Dasayoma, the Legend Sumo. And Anna Zeva charging Jeremy Zeva, Jeju Tamayo.
And there is many the predictions about Tsongkhapa's life. In one of the texts where there are many predictions says that Tsongkhapa will establish the Gandhin monastery between D and then D here refers to Digum, and then here refers to another town, and also in that the prediction says that then that there will be 3,300 monks starting from the following the monks, and all this came very accurate as it was predicted. And so in Tsongkhapa didn't live very long. Relatively, he lived until maybe 50s, and within this short period, Tsongkhapa had performed deeds like of the Buddhas. When Tsongkhapa first came to central of Tibet from the Amdo area, and he was about this 16 years old, and then since then, and then Tsongkhapa worked very hard for the sake of sentient beings and Buddha Dharma, and there are 38 volumes by Tsongkhapa and his two disciples, and in those the texts. We cannot find any contradictions, and we cannot say that these teachings are missing, and we cannot say that these teachings were corrupted, and all the way that they're laid down based on the scriptural references. And there are the 18 lives, different lives of Tsongkhapa. Among 80 lives of Tsongkhapa, the most superior, most important lives are the 4 lives of Tsongkhapa. And there are the 8, so the 4 extraordinary deeds of Tsongkhapa are one is that Tsongkhapa had set up the great prayer in Malam, and and the one and the 2 is that in the restoration of the stages of Buddha in Maitreya. And the 3rd was that they're making elaborate and extensive offerings at Nyan, the place. And yes, the first one was that the Tsongkhapa set up the great prayer of Manamchum, and still it is going on. And then the 4th one is that the establishing the Gandhi monastery. And when, for instance, even if the Tsongkhapa was very humble, and he didn't have even one horse, and when he traveled from one place to another, he just carried one the typical rucksack, and he didn't have many assistants. And but when he started this or this great prayer, and then he made an extensive and very elaborate offerings. Even Tsongkhapa made these offerings outside of the monastery, which they call Minkor, means is this greater the way of this long path where we can circumambulate the monastery, and around this, around the monastery, the Tsongkhapa made elaborate offerings for for 15 days continuously, because the Tsongkhapa made elaborate offerings such as lights and so forth. At one day there was stench of fire, nearly caught of fire on the temple, and then it was very difficult for the monks to actually destroy the fire. And then Tsongkhapa sat on has done in the meditative concentration through the power of meditative concentration, and then Tsongkhapa had killed the fire.
That's some to my young toilet to Masimba, the Uzoni the Tsongkhapa Lusa Travers, the Deities in the Kundet Avatani Yomari. Yomari didn't know some to my young for that chip to Simba Majone, Yagal Petrosio. Yagal Petrosio, Yavea Mafis. Kangalo Kadunchi, Yagal Person to the Dematari Yomari. The nature is not that, me division in Yomari.
And even if the Tsongkhapa was the most learned one, most the realized being at his time, but still he was not satisfied with his the philosophical views, and he was intended to go to India to search for about views, and then the Jetha Manjushri had advised him not to go to India if Tsongkhapa had went to India, and then the Buddha Dharma would not flourish in Tibet, and instead Manjushri said that Tsongkhapa should stay in Tibet and make more the purifications and accumulations of merit. And the Tsongkhapa's understanding of emptiness was so accurate. Even the Tsongkhapa cannot feel and see that people were standing up from the cushions when they finish, when they over the meditation practices. because he was so, his mind was so dissolved into the state of emptiness. But even so, the Tsongkhapa was not satisfied with his realizations, and then he asked questions to to Manchushiri through Pao and Doje, and then the Pao Doje, the Manchushiri replied him he should do more kind of purifications and accumulating merit. By doing so, and Tsongkhapa can, and then they directly realize the emptiness. And when he received this advice from Manchushiri, and then Tsongkhapa decided now then to go to a very isolated place, then to do this the preliminary practices, and then Manchushiri also advised him, and then to go with his some of his assistants or disciples. There were 8 the assistants, 4 from Kam and 4 from Yu. So altogether there were 8 the disciples. He's on this yellow on the stages of Buddha Maitreya, and then what he did was that he in the flat he outstretched his on these yellow ropes, and then put the strings on the 4 the corners of his yellow ropes, and then used that as like a canopy or tent or the statue of the Tsongkhapa, and then it helped to make droppings by birds, and they didn't have Tsongkhapa and his the disciples, 8 disciples, didn't have anything to make offerings in front of that statue of him, which was apparently very blessed one, and nor did they have any other material means to repair that the statue and the temple and the house of the temple. And then one day and even in order to in order to make offerings, Tsongkhapa and his disciples even sold their the Dharma articles like torture maybe, and then they got a little bit of money from selling that an article, and then from that little bit of money they were able to buy a piece of butter, and then they made an offering to the statue of Maitreya, that butter, and then they dedicated that the offerings very accurately and very properly through the power of pure dedication and pure motivation, and from under the throne of Tsongkhapa emerged the living this Namtu said is that Vaishravana, and then Vaishravana said, and now I will fulfill. Vaishravana is the deity of wealth or material resources, and then this deity Vaishravana questioned Tsongkhapa what he will serve, and he will do whatever he can in order to fulfill the Tsongkhapa's wishes. And the next day, and then the Tsongkhapa received many kind of offerings, some offerings which is silky garments, and some others were different things, and then through that those offerings, and then Tsongkhapa was able to restore the temple, and where the famous and blessed the Buddha Maitreya was living, And so through this, we can now understand how Tsongkhapa had to practice Dharma very hard and very purely. Compared to Tsongkhapa's work, and then we are not, we say we are practicing Dharma, but we are actually not practicing the Dharma.
That is an Sajong Zebari, Pai, got Chulung Spadong, Tomashina Shubari. There's you in Sajong Zeni, Mende Pia, Mende Yomari, Dochumuchi, Doti Sanyong, Doti Longite, and the Jeju. They want the Mende Jari Jeju, Jari the Chulung Takon Tuayo, Jari Chishun the Vajio, Jari Chimati. Only Dashachi. The Lady Jari Kashido. All the Doti Vanja Puni, Dog on the Mende Puni. Dog made on the channel by Chadon, Chas and John, channel the Chadon of the Medipus. And then Jachat said, Dog who did it, Dog on the Shelyan Chat says, Dog on the Shelma said, Doma Bungo Chan. That daughter Joma Young as a baby, Yapoche. I want to Tiffany and Hongshire. Then they heard it. In this channel, Chat don't shot Sungu, Sungu the Chat said, don't shot the Sanja Sunju Soma. Ritonda in Shaziver, Ritondas, Tongagus Richiori. Then I shall say, Judy, you read in Shazio. Shazi data, Nyanton, Tajuka, somewhere, not Shazi, somebody which is on one of a chat, let's say sugar. Then you are Tanero, near you only, Tabarishi Shazio, show it. Then you are Joma. So, both those showing. Down at the do thing, Yan, you want to continue. And Yabel, Yan, ready, Yan, Ranga, Mare, Sonja. The rest senator, Jeruchi, Donsha Shesi, Donsha Sunju Songabi, Kondo, Shere, Kodo, the Chasen, the Jeruchi Zini, Jumore Mado, Jebel, Donsha Sunju Songa Hapore, Shere, the Chasen, Shingio. Or that the list. That is honey on you, Papa, Jesu, that is a lady, I don't know, Chata.
And at Olga, and then Tsongkhapa did the purification practices. First, he had done in the mandala offerings. He had mandala base made of the stones as big as this, and he used rims of the mandala made of the metal, and these the metals so can be found in that the temple. And while Tsongkhapa was making the mandala offerings on that stone base, and Tsongkhapa's even arms were they scratched, and because his arms were scratched, or this whatever we call the wrist and everything was scratched, so Tsongkhapa has also many the bloods were bleeding from his arms and wrists, and also the Tsongkhapa made the prostrations together with the 35 Buddha's names, and Tsongkhapa made these prostrations while reciting 35 Buddha's name on a very flat stone. And because Tsongkhapa made too many prostrations, and even that the flat the stone or slat became eventually a hole, end up the kind of became a hole, and later on this the stone was put on the wall of that monastery. We can see this in that the temple. And while Tsongkhapa was making these prostrations, while reciting 35 Buddha's name, and one day Tsongkhapa received a vision of 35 Buddhas from a mountain called White Conscious Mountain, and Tsongkhapa saw that the visions of 35 Buddhas, but he didn't believe that it was a true vision, and still he was carrying on. He carried out to do prostrations, and now 35 Buddhas are coming closer towards him, and then he thought it was maybe I was pure visions, and he was still not satisfied with that vision. Then he he asked Manjushri through Pao Doje, asking that whether his visions of 35 Buddhas were true or not, and then the pure appearances or not. And Tsongkhapa, sorry, Majushi replied, it was extraordinary, the pure appearances of the 25 Buddhas. And before the Tsongkhapa had received the visions of 35 Buddhas, Tibetans know about the 35 Buddhas, but they don't know the exact colors. The 35 Buddhas, they don't know exact the hand articles of the 35 Buddhas. Since Tsongkhapa had received the visions of the 35 Buddhas, and the Tibetans came to know the exact the colors and gestures and hand articles of the 35 Buddhas.
That ne Chulong da Jesus for the Duvan Zelu, that is Shegme, she Sasamari, she Sagi Maria Madrasha. Imagine a good concert of Masha Germany, Shanghai Shabashi, Toma, good concert in my dog, Shebu Yonda. That Jeremy was a good community. Jeremy was a Lama Chuji to lose.
And now I will begin to tell the life of Tsongkhapa from his birth. And now when Tsongkhapa was born, and his initial the guru or teacher was the Kyabje Zong Rinpoche.
Kyabje Zong Rinpoche doji jije shezio.
And Kyabje Zong Rinpoche saw the face of Yametaka of Vajravarava.
Shezio doji jije she yang de yang do tenro na shore.
And because Kyabje Zong Rinpoche had seen the visions of the face of Yametaka, and Kyabje Zong requested Yametaka that please you should show your face to me again and again. And then that Yametaka replied, in next year at this time of the month, then I will come to that side of the kind of a river. He pointed to the river. So when Yametaka said that next year at this time of the month I will come at that place, it was actually the Tsongkhapa. And before Tsongkhapa was entered into his mother's womb, and Tsongkhapa's mother dreamed that she was with 1,000 women on a very playground.
Chiu Gabu Shirjochi, the Pomon Yuruchi Yone. Chiu Gabu, the Pomon Hochi, Pombachi K. And Chiu de Pomudi in the Chi, Mother Zuzu, Met, the Romans, Chiu Meron Chever, Yan de Romans, Merons, Yan de Romans, Chimekanga, the Veda, and Romas, Merons, Chia Marumba, and Kangalo Medivich. Jerusalem Amade, they Romans, they Roms, Lams, Pumsulu, True, Melanchon.
And then she dreamt a white, white infant, and the male infant, and the bluish, the female infant, and then these two, one of these pointed to each of these 1,000 women who were on the ground, saying, is this the lady suitable? And saying no. Is this pointing to another lady or woman, saying, is this suitable? And everyone says no, no, no. And every time they said no, no. And when they reach Tsongkhapa's mother, and then they ask, is this the suitable? And then they said it is suitable. And then And then they the washed or they pour the waters through on the by the vase onto the Tsongkhapa's body, and these two infants. These two infants then poured this the water onto the Tsongkhapa's mother, and one of the father or the mother, I can't remember exactly, one of the two parents of the Tsongkhapa dreamt that one in the old and looking at the bhikshu came from the 5 peaked mountains in China, came to the house. And then finally also they said, the monk said, I came from that 5 peaked mountain, and then he went to see the altar. Not that the bhikshu, the old looking bhikshu, didn't enter into the shrine, but he said that the old looking monk said, I came to the higher house, and saying this, and then that old looking bhikshu offered the flower garland onto the parents' neck, and then that old the monk and then dissolved into the mother. And this when the Yamantaka said next year at this the time of the month I will come at that area, and then in the same the next month next year then Tsongkhapa was born through this the predictions, and which came true, and we can understand that Tsongkhapa is then Yamantaka, and dreaming that one bhikshu came from the 5 peaked mountain in China, and then finally this bhikshu had offered the flower garland onto the mother, and then he dissolved into the mother, indicates that Tsongkhapa is an emanation of Manchushri. In summary, through this story, we can understand that Tsongkhapa is the emanation of both the wrathful aspect of Manchushri, Yamantaka, and the peaceful aspect of Manchushri. The 5 peaked mountain in China is the pure land, or the land of Manchushri.
Buddha Bumure Sayajigi, Buddha Bum Tomanyo, Bezu Zombo, Kulo, Tomanyo, Jensha, Tomanyo, Bejende, Mambu Jigi, Jerezi, Gurabe, Tosu, Mambu, Yudi, Chimus, Sevi Kuchi, Denesho, Inama. And the one day, then the mother of Tsongkhapa also dreamt that there were many, there were girls and there were boys who were looking very attractive and wearing garments in the space, and then these god and goddesses were then inviting this statue of Avalokiteshvara made of gold. And Kashaka do Jensen and Chesa Mamuke, Cheba Mamuke, Rizichi Chishon, rich as the Danish and Hadma, Danish Young. Mama, Danish Yonkora, the tiny Salichun, Sewu Shiji, Tamale, Toba the Chine, Yoga Toba the Timsuma, Melanchu.
And some god and the goddesses were carrying banners, umbrellas, and making offerings. And then they were inviting this huge the statue of this Avalokiteshvara, and then that statue was coming closer to the Tsongkhapa's mother. As this statue was coming closer to Tsongkhapa's mother, and then the statue was also becoming smaller and smaller, and finally the statue of Avalokiteshvara became as big as this size, and then the statue of Avalokiteshvara finally dissolved into the body of the mother of Tsongkhapa. This is the proof of that Tsongkhapa is the emanation of Avalokiteshvara. And at that time, Tsongkhapa's mother felt that her the child will be an emanation of Avalokiteshvara.
Sega doji polo jigi said doji thing about Chimbuchi, Nahal so period. Yoga told ya that John Jen so pumbari, somebody Temba Yumari, the regular doji thing about Shimbarochi Yoni, the Nahal so Yoni, Yoga told thing to Melaton.
And one night, the father of Tsongkhapa dreamt that a 5-pronged, the Vajra came into space. And father felt that 5-pronged Vajra came from Zhangguozhen, is another land, and then he dreamt finally that 5-pronged Vajra entered and through the heart of his the wife, who is the mother of Tsongkhapa. And this is the reason and proof of that Tsongkhapa is an emanation of Vajrapani. It is the Zhangguozhen where the Vajrapani resides, and this Vajrapani the holds the Vajra, and this Vajra is dissolved and entered through the heart of the mother of Tsongkhapa, and this proves that Tsongkhapa is an emanation of Vajrapani.
Jina Sanje Tanje Tuju Jigre. Tabata Resung over the Ju Jigre.
And
Sanje Tanje to Chenzu no Sungre. Chembata Zewada Nova Sumbuti, Taganaba Shauna, and Erisung over the Shagre Mato, Sanje Tanje Chenzu no Sulanama Yin, Sanje Meva Yinza, Chenzu no Resung over Tuju Jivari.
So in general, all the Buddhas have the same the mental continuum, especially these three three protectors of lineage, means Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, Vajrapani, where have the same mental continuum, and the Buddhas, all the Buddhas, the power and powers and wisdom and compassion were appeared in the form of the Vajrapani and Avalokiteshvara and Manjushri.
Sanje Tanje Tantuju Jiva Yingo Yinza, Mitzima, Mimezivet, to Mechiva Omudia, Kajin Kibet, Santa Visha, so the Shuga Jig. There's a Siju was okay, the woman who does somewhere does Juba.
And
Santa sent the most of Meadows and Juba. Santa sent the Kajin Kibet to Sumasia, Kuchedio. Sijuba was as a Neju. Mari Sijuba, 2 meters. As a Neju. Modu Kunju Toma Dojan Stewart. Modu Kunju Toma Dojan, Tobe Omoda Dojani, a Jusha. Sida, where Sanja Kamaku to the Juba Yimbadi, someone will be carrying Rio.
And all the different systems believe that Tsongkhapa is an emanation of different lineages. And for example, they recite saying, you are Avalokiteshvara, and great treasury of compassion towards inapprehensible, and Manjushri, you are Manjushri, the powerful one, with the standless wisdom, and Tsongkhapa, the most learned one, the wise one, crown ornament of the land of snows to you, Losanta, I make request And according to some, the systems, they don't recite saying Jetsongkhapa, Vajrapani, and then other systems they insert saying Jetsongkhapa is the Vajrapani, the destroyer of the entire house of Mars. But anyway, all the systems, different systems, agree. Jetsongkhapa is the nature of all these three deities: Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, and Vajrapani.
Well, no, I'm saying, Peshakashe Nala, Jabea says toy, Jabea Jervis, the Jinjil of Nebe says toy no way. Young Kashan, Jabea, Rang Druba in the in the Kansas some week. Take care, and
some people may feel it very strange that thinking that it is said that Jetsongkhapa is an emanation of Manjushri, but it is said Jetsongkhapa is a spiritual son of the Manjushri. If Jetsongkhapa is an emanation of Manjushri, how can he be a spiritual son of Manjushri?
Penatama Shacha Toba Zabone Chayon do legends Sayon do Sedion legend Toma Shacha Toba Kunje, Rijibari, Shacha Rije, Kunje, Dana Shadaji, Sanjaya, Sanji Sasa Arata, Sanji the Dujashi, Sanji Maris, sitting in the Sanji Druvari. Mote Tomba Drew singing Sanji and the Chedeke, Dujachi Drew Utaba, or their Sanji Shacha to Druvari.
And this is not surprising the questions. And for example, when the Buddha appeared, Buddha Shakyamuni appeared on this earth in India, and then he had a half cousin called Devadatta, who used to harm and interfere with Buddha from time to time. But in fact, this Devadatta is an emanation of the Buddha Shakyamuni himself, and also there are six the principal non-Buddhist teachers who try to oppose Buddha's opinion and teachings. And these six the non-Buddhist teachers were also an emanation of Buddha Shakyamuni himself.
Sanje Kandeji Chune, Sanje Kangaloki Yabi, Sanje Samaloki Lobalanji never Jizin Jabe, Shinye Chani, Sanje Kume Shachi. Sanje on the Jizin Jabe and the Sanje Tanji said, Sage told the truth from the Shadachi. Chuchi Injo Javakunji Karsa. Ishi Sama Javus. Even Tamuma Ichebe Kukona Music Javakunji, Chuchi Javu, Ishi Sama Javakunji said, Javakunji Yavi, Yongi, saying. And
Jetsongkhapa is Manjushri is an extraordinary Manjushri is an extraordinary bodhisattva. Is unlike to other bodhisattvas because Manjushri is the father or the spiritual father of all other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas actually born from this father the Manjushri. So there are many interpretations about this, how Manjushri is a father of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, but you may find difficult to understand this. And when I say that you will not understand, I don't mean that I'm ignoring or looking down you. This is a very complicated one which actually comes in Yamantaka and the teachings. And so at this point it is maybe absolutely not necessary to know about it.
제바봉아 주장아 랑도 소된 연봉아 세 이거로 변에 다시 그도 샤제도 상하고 주시오니 그런 거 좀 지금 많이 봐 신신의 고토고 매봐 내에서 그냥 공부 고디베 샤제도 차도 주고 시대에 매봐체 여도 이상 고도 진고주 아니 주소마고디 온고 거르서 온고 사선 주소용도 주니가 자주스마 고르서 차나도지 세아르 근데 다 상대의 주소는 주소도 좀 사, 나도 좀 제도 좀 로도 좀 세아도 좀 사문가 사도지 초도 좀 메시아르 근데 주버 상대의 다리 그래서 그 강아도 좀 그런 거 주버
and some people may,
주소는 되네 마배고 인자 송캔다 녀캔다 강가로 상제 있는 마도 예 자주는 셰주 주 자셰 주신거요 자주도 전화도 도고요
and some people may feel very strange about hearing saying that the Tsongkhapa is an emanation of Manjushri and he is also the spiritual son of the Manjushri, and we don't the Buddha's deeds are beyond our comprehension. In Tantra, known as the Tantra on true investigations, and there Vajradhara said, it is I who expounds this Tantra, it is I who listen to these teachings, and also when Kyabje Buddha had reached the time to deliver and expound the Sutra Mantra teachings, and then Kyabje Buddha transformed into the aspect of authentic deity in Vajradhara, and then he expounded the teachings on the Sutra Mantra. When he was given on discoursing the Sutra Mantra, then he amended many the deities who were same in the continuum. For instance, when Vajradhara was giving teachings on Guya Samaja, then Guya Samaja emanated the Rupa Vachari, Prasha Vachari, and Shabda Vachari, and also the Samanta Vatra, and all others. And these were all the emanations of the Buddha. But if Buddha had not emanated these beings, and other ordinary beings cannot then comprehend his teachings.
This one.
No. Do you understand?
다 미즈마텔라 고카부요리 가부요야 그래서는 메메제베디지제디 메치메 오무제베 가진 개별 수준 중가 도산타베 샤다 소데 슐가 지디 제르무치 떠바리 순데리 소다야 떠바데 개박의 중샤 장마레 떠바리 딘제베야 떠바리 순데리.
And when we recite this, the four lines in Avalokiteshvara, you are an Avalokiteshvara, great treasure of the great of compassion of serving inapprehendable, your Manjushri, powerful one with the standards wisdom, and you are Vajrapani, the destroyer of the host of Maras, and Tsongkhapa, the most learned one, the crowning ornament of the land of snows. These four lines are the emanation of the Manjushri himself, and it's not only just written as scholarly.
jabu nabu chawju suya rada deba jabu nu chenre sige chungro nishu saji se yore o tidu ne longten sha yore longten ne maungpa rejin guba di longten yore rejin guba tala shubha mambu ki mida longten yore shubha se ten se yore bada chi gata suki trimo ki ne na sal penya rada ya rejin guba wu chungi chuji yore guba wu lingbo tala ya sadung bu ya da chugi wu li yore tenpe chungi rinpo sa te longten yore te shangme ke 자샤다 여대 방공부 야우지요리 대통령부 유의면에서 농된요리 예고보다 자가부 실지 최대유스 농된요리 통공부 유의면에 자가부 실지 최대유스 강한 농된요리 어디도 농된에 대라 리송고부대 농된거 되게 그래서 나니 이지 참배리 나니 제레지 수tra 찬나도 진게 와메스 대소리 송고문에 초자마제 뭐이노 시제 예송고부 주바 제르무치 전주이 뭐데 롱템 말이 다나제 renga yenge zu lada lala sunde yang chu zu yang sunde yang chu zu kong gu zhuba la yige gu zhuba yang gu zhuba sunde yang gu zhuba de mizma ya yige zhuba de kong zende ma bu de la araba cha da de yige yo rang jue yo xin du ji ya o de long ten re kong zende ma bu de je ru ji bu chun ju bo la amen ko ba ma chong yu de de wa je bu yong de wa ju ma xi yo da de je ni yu ja sa de cha ti ba je de ya zende ma bu ji chong yu zende ma bu de ya dong bu chim bu che yong de ko re yo de la a da ra da pa da da za da de yi ge ma mo yo re ni xin lo ma ba le yi ge ja be ju ge tin de da be sa ko yo yo re sa je ko de tin de yo re ara ba so pe ka wa yi sa de xin lo to na de be yi ge zo me ken ge xin ge lo ma shi bu yu sa ma re de me ya de ga re sen de la de ne ko mo bu yo yi za ko bu shi mi de da ba re an do lo ma ko bu shi de ko mu oh yeah de yo re so de chi la.
And long before the Tibet, the country Tibet was developed or evolved, the predictions were made already what kind of beings, what kind of monasteries, or what kind of surroundings around monasteries were going to be in Tibet. And for example, if we take the example of the predictions which were made, especially about the Rating monastery. And in one prediction, then it explained about the development of this monastery, even it was not established. And also in that prediction, is also said around that monastery there be the trees and like fir trees, and saying this if we take these the trees, and then if we cure the disease. And also it predicted that there be the rivers and mountains around this the monastery, monastery, and all other minerals and so forth. As it was predicted long before this monastery and others were established, and then this Rating monastery was developed. And if we go there, then we can see everything that is explained in the predictions, and also the predictions came true, and it is said the emanations of the Manjushri and then came appeared in the different aspect, different forms. It is said some the emanations of the Manjushri appeared in the letters, which is Arabasa Nadi, and also the emanations of Manjushri appear in the form of the requesting together with the tunes, and this emanation of Manjushri, which is requesting a form of a tune, is this Mizama aspect, and this emanation of Manjushri, we also appear in the form of letters. And for instance, we take the example of this tree, the sandalwood tree, which is grown as a result of bleeding or the result of cutting the what you call child's when Tsongkhapa or his mother gave birth to a Tsongkhapa, and then somebody cut a cord, and then one drop of blood was fallen onto the ground, and then through that the one drop of blood and grown this sandalwood tree, and then on these trees, then we can on the branches and leaves we can see the Ra and Ba and Za and Na and so on, and on the leaves we can also see the images of the Buddhas. And there isn't any the leaves and branches where we cannot find these emanated things. And the name of that monastery is now known as Pumpum. Literally means 100,000. The reason it's called 100,000 monastery, which is in the under area, is because there are around 1,000 images of the Buddhas on the leaves. So these with Ra and Ba and Zana, which appeared on these trees are also the emanations of Manjushri.
Shikoma Gogo Sierra Zula, Seju Lugi Bugoda, and Sanju Gogo Chilanda, Sanani, Korankato de Shuchoji, the Shakumedo. Mizamade, Truba image, said the Shaggy, Jerum Share Trubari, and Anaji, Yindul Trubari, young Trubari, Tenantasu, Jerum Share Turba Mamuori, Keruchi, Baden Sasun, Image, Sati, Jerum Shitubari, Jan Shuji, Savanata, Jerum Shitubari, Burgalama Kavasuga. Giluva Lama Sugi, Sumbu Nala Jermush, Toba make Yumari. Lama Toba Ritunyo. Toba Kashin and Durkan Yomari. Kama don't talk Marua, Durkan Yomari. Mitsumatine, Toba Yimba Chi the Bear, Tanzabudi and Kuman Durkan Yomari. Ani. Today is a good Juba in the Tat, Terekun Zavatili Chimbatrici Yori.
And there are the 9 rounds of Mitsuma, and there are 5 rounds of Mitsuma, this recitation. This will be explained later on, and in general, there are many the praises made to the Tsongkhapa, and the many the Gelugpa the writers also write the praise to the Tsongkhapa. For instance, there is Bande Sasuma, written by another teacher, and also the secret biography of Tsongkhapa, written by and there are many other the biographies and lives in the Tsongkhapa, but not many people really recite this the praise and praise to the Tsongkhapa. Now this there aren't the people who don't recite this Mitsuma throughout throughout the world. Most of beings now recite this Mitsuma. This indicates this Mitsuma is a now emanation of Manjushri.
Dan Jerum Shibu Trumbe Budu, Doji Yeke, Chuji to Lurishan, the Melamnala, Sambo da Suzy, Aluma Pavita, Leo Sona, Sambo da Suzy, Kumu, the Jerum Trumber, Kumu Seta, Chuji to Lurishan, Loba Panama, the Leta, Trumber. So that Chuji to Lurishan, Doji Yeke, Sona to Sonda, the Trunza, the Imber, Kungi Chen, Kungi Chen, Shada Jisha, Bado do Jisha. And
when Yamantaka said to Kyabje Zong Rinpoche, saying that in next the year at the same at this time of the month, the IB on that side of the river and so forth, and then Tsongkhapa was born at the right time, and then as as Yamantaka said, and then Kyabje Zong Rinpoche also knew that Tsongkhapa is now born in the Kumbum area, and then Tsongkhapa sent many blessed pills which are covered by a dough in this flower dough, and also one letter to saying that parents should look after the child. So this letter and blessed pills covered by the flower dough were sent to the parents of Tsongkhapa. And unlike other the children, when the Tsongkhapa was born, and he didn't disturb his parents, and he didn't cry and saying, "I want this food, I wanted that drink," but he he really behaved like the adults, and when Tsongkhapa was about the 3, and then Tsongkhapa received the empowerments of the Vajrapani, the Maha Chakra, and since Tsongkhapa has received this empowerment on the Maha Chakra Vajrapani, and then Tsongkhapa had never forgotten to recite that sadhana.
아니 준조관에 고성 도된 유산의 차체한다 제법 표현한다 배차 노야한다 어디 내려도 산에 제스 띵고 동거 말이야 그런 라시에서 징해지요.
And in his the very childhood, no one had teaching him to read the texts, to study the things. He himself has done all these things, such as making the prostrations and offerings.
저번에제 용지 준세지 세월 준세 세월 근소 그네 세배 로그르세다 나양 로바 방어서 예수 지도 고통들이 연년에 제가 되고 몸에 소신 속에 되면 저번도 지도 봐요 공부 도된 줄로 소원데 고 연주게 연내들이 다들 졸라 말로 도스 주스지 각하다 다 찬도도 시대시대 러고 말이야 네 리바상 천되는데 다들 그 졸라가 각하도보다 수시라를 네 러고 마종
And no one has actually the teaching of the alphabets, and the Tsongkhapa had knew and learned these alphabets by his own understandings.
나한테 가르쳐내 지수 뭐 심이 남바 타바도 되게 공부 나다도 너도나니 예 아무 자신 투바 마도 봐도 정도 단지 남바 담아고 년세고도 냐수다 கொஞ்சம் 때문에 배치도 홍수나 되게 고스지게 잡아지래. 이제 인상 알아서 시에 도야도 년도야 여말에 이내 진주 저는 년에 제견다 대바 요견 요나니 몇십 제로시 나다 배션 선배 다셔요. 대변 용어 노미는 용요리 또스마도 여말에 야 나다 친구 노미 있는 나다 친구들 다 부딪히 요리 다 들려 예워지 요리 배셨다 야가래 요삼에
and they are the old the teachings and all the deeds of Tsongkhapa are contained within the 3. Firstly, one should listen to the teaching, and then one should contemplate on the teachings, and then one should meditate and meditate on this teaching. Finally, one should dedicate all these things in order to promote Buddha Dharma, and also we should try to copy Tsongkhapa's lives and deeds and try to put into practice. And at the same time, we should try to recite the Mikzema, and we should try to read their biographies. There are several biographies of Tsongkhapa. One is known as Kyabje Zong Rinpoche, means the gateway for the faithful ones. And there's another biography of Tsongkhapa, which is quite elaborate, and there's another one which is more elaborate, even more elaborate.
제대로 선생님 영어버리 영어에 손 제대로 세나라 주된도 주용들라 배점 라도 선배 제매슈 보동지니 지주 망수的만인지写龙 내용을 간을 칼랑推的담바 인소야 되지 근데 농장상 제대로 비샤라마 용 비샤네 제단다 제대로 비샤요 메로 거지는 미스마 치샤죠 다 비샤면 여기 임라네 가데라죠 그런 데고 치샤게 주사도 그래 주사로 세는 가이 라루고 선디요 되지.
And now follows about the commentary to the Mikzema, and there are several articles or commentaries to the Mikzema, such as the commentaries composed by Phipya Dalai Lama, known as the clear illumination of the meaning of the words, and some of the quotations or of that work by 50th Dalai Lama are cited here in the text that I'm using, and I myself don't have actual text of this, the commentary to the Dictama by the 50th Dalai Lama.
Then Nila Benjamin La the swim Jimmy choose to Pesha double make a use of me. Have a kid of it, Lavani Leuna, till about table. How could the Chini Chung Yen and Zebra, Mamma Jubilee, any show is a Chujun Yoma, Jimmy, every shoe. Jimmy, every tree inside the shed, Chelo Yoma, Correlate Sushi Sayoma, Passion, Chelo Yoma.
And if you find in a text or book which is blown by the wind and so forth, and which does not have a lineage and the transmission, and then even if one reads the practice in the teachings in accordance with that book, which has no lineage, and then one will not receive any other blessings. And therefore it is said that if you want to practice the teachings of the book which has no lineage, it's like pouring pouring from emptying pot into an emptying pot. So just as if you try to pour something from empty pot into an empty pot, there's nothing to be poured because it's empty. In a similar way, if we practice the teachings which have no lineage, and then the person who explained that the teaching will not receive any empowering blessings, and not just the practitioner of that teaching which does not have lineage will not receive any benefits. And in Tibet, before Tsongkhapa was appeared in Tibet, this Dharma, which does not have lineage, was flourished. And especially there are Tantras which actually does not have any scriptural references. And at one time, the Mantikas who claim they are the tantric practitioners, they wrote that false tantric teachings, and they are while they were writing these false the teachings on mantra, and then these Mantikas or tantric practitioners asked the wives to make the tea. While they were making the tea, and then the practitioners who claimed they were practitioners, then wrote these false teachings on the secret mantra, and all this the Dharma, which does not have any pure lineage, were already eliminated long before long before or when the first the promotion of the Buddhism was developed in Tibet, and later on the Atisha came to Tibet, and Atisha also eliminated this the teaching, which does not have any the trace of lineage, and later on when Tsongkhapa born and then Tsongkhapa also promoted the pure the Dharma, then purer than the time of Atisha, and especially at the time of Tsongkhapa, he rectified, clarified many of the pure teachings from non-pure teachings. At the time of Tsongkhapa, when people see a text which says written by Indian commentaries, let's say there are 21 commentaries, Indian commentaries to the ornament for the clear realizations. When the students see that the title it is by Indian pentas, they immediately believe. But actually, some people that changed the title, but the contents were just awful of things. And then later on, Tsongkhapa discovered it, and then he went through all the manuscripts, and then he rectified many he rectified the teachings of Indian commentaries. So when we are writing the text, we must have the three courses, three perfect courses of writing. One is having the skill in it, 5 in the science. If one cannot be, if one is not mastered in all the 5 science, then one must be the skill in the subject matter that one is dealing with. So if one does not know the text, then how can one explain this to others? So one must fully master with the text that one is dealing with. And the next is that he seeing the face of personal deity and hearing the speech of the deity. And then the third is that the text must have the pure lineage all the way from our teacher Shakyamuni to Buddha up to the present teachings. If these 3 were lacking, and then the text books then these are considered not to be very substantial in the text. And we should now it's better if I don't cite and quote what $50 Lama is saying.
The jury Sido, Yadabazu Sanji Jusiati, Yaudo Chanima, Jabayan Jew, Nizama Jabayan Jew, Rimbo, Maji, Delisha. And the was using Tomo, Kazan in the Association, Vanessa Chedi, Eva Jenny, Ndochan, the Nidu, no, you need your soul by Lisha. Need to a Jew. A young of a Baluleo. He lives under Tambachini Jibu Dambe, Shelon, Satan Kalon Ching, my year was that Tatalame, in my shed, Sabun, soon Sabu journey, Kalon became my year, but he in so much. There are the email to you, there is a very funny secret. See, really, turns of Sunny turns to Namnepo, long to do so, near the Tara, Shabby Hungage, Serjuta, Yelp. Someone to singing, Nam over singing. Tobalong doing the shower shadow, never mention one. And Shabby Hungers, Shamu Petty Hungos, who have paid the governor any, Maniba is.
And the 50 Dalai Lama, they mentioned the lineage gurus of this Miksema, all the way from Vajradhara up to Bhavata Chenje, Manjushri Bhavata Chenje Tsongkhapa up to the 50 Dalai Lama, and one of the previous lives of the guru or life of the late Kyabje Zong Rinpoche and so forth. And saying this, then in his the 50 Dalai Lama said it is Miksema, the transmission or the lineage didn't develop from or didn't discover from the underground, nor is it discovered and developed from the space, and also this Miksema lineage is not developed to the power of the gathering the winds at the hearts. So let's say if Lama is giving too much teachings, if let's say one student asks a question, Lama, where did you receive this teaching from? And replying like this, I don't know where I received this. And then if one has a teacher like this, then maybe this Dharma is not something which is good. So there are many teachers who teaches this Dharma, and they are the beings who write books. And the Dharma practitioners, Western Dharma practitioners, also like to receive the teachings from these teachers. And we should now maintain this practice of the Miksema period, because it is full in the lineage and transmission of the teachings. And if we without having any lineage and the transmission of teachings, if we handle on to any practice of teaching, it's just not a pure lineage, and then one we which is teaching or practice which is never developed in the past, and then one we gain the realizations which were never gained in the past. And the most elaborate the Guru Yoga is that Lama Chepa offering to the spiritual guide, and this Lama Chepa is in accordance with the answer system, and this and another Guru Yoga of is that Gandel Hakyama, or the hundreds of the deities of the joyful land, which is in accordance with the system of Sekyu. And in general, there are more the Guru Yogas than these two, Gandel Hakyama and Lama Chepa. There are more, and for instance, if you are doing the succession yoga, this is also, it has also the Guru Yoga, And regarding that the deity is inseparable from one's guru is then also the guru yoga. And any teacher, any spiritual guide from whom you receive the teachings directly is the root in the guru, and the spiritual guide from whom you can receive the teachings directly is a lineage in the gurus.
Sanje ne zomba chigibel dhamma parma chidma yung sa jubel lama che. Ranga amjo na ngo su sheken saga lama che. Ranga saga lama la shinye ten su tsuje rute. Ta jine shinye ten su jan su shinge duwa mema no lu shinge duwa ma le ti ta shinge yore. Yo ida shinye ten su la saga teba sambe ten su jube ten su ni che.
And as the two gurus, and so root guru and lineage gurus, and then when we because we have the gurus, so we must rely on gurus. And now you know about the way to rely on spiritual guide. Previously, I don't teach about this guru yogas. So that is the good way to rely on spiritual guide has two, and rely on spiritual guide in the action, and rely on spiritual guide in thought. And the way to rely on spiritual guide in thought has two sections, and training in the faith, which is the root of the path, and then two is remembering the kindness of the spiritual guide, and then to develop the respect to one's spiritual guide.
That's all the Vajama that Sanchez Tagovich and Tanovich such a jam watch. Then I got the Sajan which you told me about Jeremy, which said, Jeremy Shedi, Lamachi, Chico Mahimba. Yamatoga, Umbudi, Zubachima, Jemba Lama Yozo, Idan Kangoluchi, Seven Lama Sangaluchi, Juva Lama Kangoluchi, Idan Sanjay Chansen Pao Karu Shujun Suma, Joyu Kangal, Chidu. Malibu Dani Yimba Navache, or the Chasun Kundu, some Tevache. Tevache, and she just you to Casanova Jingles, Tavi, Kuntu Jambu, and La Chacha, or that's our Tevajama. But it is to Mukuvachi, that's home.
And this the training in the faith, which is the root of the practice, and the remembering the kindness of the spiritual guide and developing respect are included within this the practice. If we visualize in that Jetsongkhapa in front of us, and thinking that this Jetsongkhapa is now the synthesis of the lineage gurus all the way from Shakyamuni Buddha, and also the Jetsongkhapa is the synthesis of my the directing the gurus, and also one should regard the Jetsongkhapa is the synthesis of all the objects of the refuge. And with this, thinking that Jetsongkhapa synthesis of all the gurus of the root and direct and lineage gurus, and then even developing the respect to him, and then this has the two sections of the way to rely on a spiritual guide in the action in thought, and having visualized Jetsongkhapa is the synthesis of all the objects of refuge, and then we should recite this and this that saying that your minds, and we should also say this, your minds understand the full extent of objects of knowledge, and your eloquent speech is the ornament of the fortunate ones, and your beautiful forms blessed with the glory of fame are prostrate to you, whom to behold and hear and remember is meaningful. No.
Well, she just told me you chat about it. You had to check it. With the child should be tried to cheat. I'm not young, trouble. You don't never into it. It's on you.
And the making.
The other we can't do it in detail. Chazan Laman Sandy, Tanto Lama Sanji, Mundushi, and Tavachi to Laman Sandy, River.
And the making of offerings such as flowers and so forth is the way to rely on spiritual guide in action. And if we practice the whole 7 limited prayer or 7 limited practices, and then we have the served, we have offered the service to the guru, and then especially if we have the faith in the spiritual guide or teacher, and then this serves the guru yoga. So the meaning of guru yoga is then having developed faith and devotion to spiritual guide.
Never done the Sinditola Lama Sanjay said, Yeruchi said. Round the church, Lama the Shabo, not the Bedent of which you want to shop. Then Nada Mazuna, she had this Revayamari, Lamane Revayamari.
And visualizing visualizing Tsongkhapa in the space before us on a throne, and if we leave and forget the teacher spiritual guides from whom we receive the teachings directly, and then we had not done we have not done the practice of way to rely on spiritual guide, and also we have not fulfilled the Guru Yoga.
Thank you. She is such a image to send the Ramone. She needed to know how she sound with Tom Shana. There's something to do Sanjay, Sanjay turns ever sound with the Titona, or there's other somebody who could cheat. Sanjay Taji, Jababu was sound on
and we should now contemplate their reasons why the gurus, the spiritual guides, and the Buddhas, and we should check what our present spiritual guides are doing and what actions are doing, and also it is very important to contemplate the enlightened activities of the enlightened beings.
Then
and if one
thinking about the Buyachi, she didn't see the Jabuya, which Majena, and long as over the chair already, Nancy she needed to Mashabuya, Kolote de Violinza, she needed transition, no room of the review of just at the Atrasa.
And if we contemplate that and understand that our appearances are not fixed, and through this understanding, then we can overcome the seeing the faults at the teachers, and there are many other reasons that we can see the good qualities, or why we should see the good qualities of the teachers. And in the past, and the time was not rich to explain about the Guru Yoga, because people may misunderstand about the Guru Yoga.
Well, then she needed to be avoided. I don't in a tree. There's a low, some little. And he hadn't do it. Said, not on book, I didn't like a goni tree sheva la near Soji Shindu, and then Soji Jama. Then I allowed the Sergeant Jeva, Tuju go and never Jeva, Chela Bunju Jeva, to the Lama Saji Jani, Tamu Soji Shindu, and then Soji Jaya de la. 소지 신라 두수 저거 두수 저거 단지 관계 법을 뭐지 나자 순한 신도 내나베 저저는 요베 저저 두수나 상제 다음제라 자와자와 미야와 인다발라서 셰제 샤마 타소 나우자다 로모다 내지지라라서 내 녀고 탐제지 녀고네 Lopadarya Kebaba Hiapoe, Rangi Yovishini, Babu Kumbuchi, Churchi, Babu Kumbuchi, the Churro Purity, Sunabe, Chivechayabe. Suna, 쳐 소요다 대인자 소나 사사 하고 얘는 소나 사와 라는 계산 연구여서 소나 사다지 대체도 소지신 라마데 나 라메 내주 제고에 되는 대래 주제야 보시 주제 마셔는 한다가서 양주시 미지 지기선 지하지 니마지 내가 인제는 송전에 요소로요.
And you know already about the guru the yoga, and still you should improve the understanding of the guru yoga through receiving the more teachings on it. Now, when we do this Gandhan Hajama and the practice guru yoga, and then first of all we should invite the merit in the field, and then in offerings and dedications and so forth. And first of all, that it is very important to know the reasons why we have to do the Guru yoga. And it is said that in making offerings, doing this Guru yoga, one we receive the great amount of merit. And if one do need merit, and then one should do this the Guru yoga. It is said in the text that if one offers if one, let's say, one offers to a spiritual guide, and then one will receive the more merits, then making offerings to the Buddhas, such as the food, drink, and other the substances, and also one should see the reasons why the Guru yoga is very important, and if by doing this the Guru yoga, then one will receive merit. If one do need merit, then one should do this the Guru yoga.
천도는 지자수의 지자제비야 파디도 너무 저 넘버질라 성주자 송통결에 대지들하네 나머지의 강상 시단나도 어다 시단나도단 강상샤마 존의 성주자 송통결제 다 성주자 송통결소리야 나가 동반이 어들레네 사이신감지요 더제스네 다드네야 대대장 동반 다 릉지지리야 가댕이 시간요 가네기 시간 되나는 시간 이야시는 지다다들 양도세 파트는 가네 시간 좀바르지 이거 신진 고메르스로지 좀바는 자라지야 파스지 시라시라 토르지죠 야라지 너무 많이 어디레지가는 이거 신진 네 제가 잠만 보고 주서 주네 어디 대세다고 상도당 대상도당 가네 시간을 그거를 상도하고 동의는 네 다들 신이 그거 상도 동의는 신중 네 배요 대상도하고 도는 제가 진료를 좋나 제가 지금 가대 이거 신주야 유에사리요 저는 사용고요.
And so when we should invite this our merit field from the Tushita, and where is this Tushita, and we should think it is above. First of all, we should face towards a northern direction. Even if we are not facing to a northern direction, we should imagine that we are facing towards northern direction, and think at that direction. Then there is Mount Meru, and on the Mount Meru, then we should visualize the land of the 33, and then after land of 33, then everything is kind of empty, it's all full space, and after the space, then we will reach the land of without fight or without fighting. And above this land of without combat or without fighting, and there is London or the land of joy, and the actual we should visualize the actual abode of the Buddha this material is about 1 mile outside of the town, the Tushita. and think that the actual abode of this material is 500 arm spans long from the main city of the land of the joy, and then if possible we should try to visualize this land of joy as elaborate as we can, just thinking and that wonderful about oneself. We reborn in that land of joy. We create a great merit, and so one should first of all then visualize this land of joy as clear as one can. And the ground of this the land of joy or Tushita should be visualized as made of as a lapis lazuli. And to visualize also this in the base of this pure land Tushita is made of gold and other precious stones, and while one stepping on this ground, one is actually one feels as if one is sinking into the ground, like if one jumps on a foam mattress, and when one should imagine and feel that one is it's not very that the ground of the Tushita is not very solid and hard like ordinary substances. And visualize this pure land, land of joy, very spacious and extensive, and around this land, and then at different distances, and then one should visualize the jeweled the mountains. And in the center of this land of joy, and then one should visualize the wish fulfilling tree in different colors. And on each the wish fulfilling tree, and then there are the 7 the precious stones. And visualize that these trees have flowers as well as the fruits. When there's the flower on the ordinary fruit trees, then there aren't fruits. When there are fruits, then there aren't the flowers. Not like that, but on these trees which are in the land of joy, has everything: leaves, branches, flowers, fruits. And visualize these trees are very attractive and has kind of decorations of having decorations of hanging ornaments. And blowing then very cool winds. Because of this, then these trees making the sound, they making the sound of the Dharma.
고유다 진짜라서 가리다 주고 신그레 지자레다 마디고 삼바자기네 말레요.
And think that whatever you wants and wish for, and then one obtains, and everything that one desires from that those the jeweled trees.
바로 the trees 좀 추진 오늘 무식이 참바 타지 요게 가시 오늘 도제도서로 등자 가시 오늘 장로이 초초에 도게마 보내 야자리 쇼게 자리 요게 다리다.
And at there are different in different distances, and then one should visualize the jeweled ponds, and this visualize the base of the ponds that made of the jewels, and around these ponds, then one should visualize the jewel trees, and I think some ponds actually do have the stairs. And I think that there are different colors of the water. And different the distances, and then I want you to visualize the jeweled dimensions. And at the very the center of these the dimensions, then I want you to visualize the dimension of where the Buddha material resides, and visualize the house of the Buddha material higher than others. And around the palace of the Buddha material, then wants to visualize fans. And think then Buddha material himself is actually sitting on the throne, which has also something there's something behind it to support his back. And visualize that everything is in that the land of joy. There's nothing that is missed in that land of joy, and if one can also console in other texts what one has to visualize besides what I've explained. And around around the Buddha material, and then Atisha and Tsongkhapa are sitting next to him. And the name of Atisha, who is residing in the Tushita, land of joy, is Nangatimame. And Tsongkhapa, who is now residing in land of joy, his name is Manchu Nagapa. And the boat, the Akash, the Vimala, and Manchu Nagapa, who are Tsongkhapa and the Atisha, are not in the form of the bhikshus or monks, but in the form of the deities, visualizing both Manchukapa and Akash. This Vimala are also wearing the ornaments and other the deities.
That year in the Vashi Jagabi Kyabje Beijing Chuni Lasova, Shinta Chimbuni Lasova, Kyabje Chibutama Mambo, but then you watch the pregnancy dashwood. Bergi Keva Mambo, Marasuki Suzuki Vishi, the Yamamoto Secondary Yapet, Rajuyo.
And there are many internet panties who passed away, and they born in the land of joy, and visualize those Indian teachers who are in the land of joy. She also visualize, and there are many Tibetan teachers who have who are in this land of joy, and also those should be visualized around them. And in the Buddha material is meaning that figure or meaning the deity here, and I think that he is facing to oneself. Touching on the earth, like you sit on the chair, and he is wearing the ornaments, and on the top of his head, then there is a stupa.
Mado Shinya de Mogul Lesa Yoma Tinza, the Shinya Shaja Tobasevi Children with Rida, the Jiva, yes,
it is
Jenta, Gujenta, Semotoda, Busheta, Mayoda, the Jensha Ruchi Jenta, Tarzan as a Sudeva.
Visualize ear, the rings and necklace, and wearing the silk garments. The reason the materials holding the stupa on his the crown of the head is that because to symbolize his the teacher, Kyabje Buddha was actually there, and at one time Kyabje Buddha was the spiritual guide of material. So in order to be mindful of his teacher, and it is said that Buddha material and holds the stupa on the crown of his head. And his two hands in the gesture of Dharma chakra, or granting the teachings, Dharma teachings, and the gestures exactly like the two gestures of Tsongkhapa.
And then
and think that the thumbs and the four fingers are holding the stems of the naga in the tree. The trees which is around, the tree which is around material is that of the naga tree.
Lushing in middle gala, near the middle shadow, middle on the yellow, color,
and on the flower of the naga tree, which is on the level of the right ear, then one should visualize what a chakra or wheel, and on the flower of the naga tree, which is at the level of the left ear, one should visualize around at the skin.
Rebachilu nam goya de kong maho badan zabulin ma phe yongdu transi gi ri de chong ri. Shaja to ba jeri reba kong transi gi ri. Saja tung de jeri de transi ri ma to mari da juri ga ma ri.
And holding holding so in this like a vase. It's a bit like vase, but not exactly like that. The vase teaching, but one vase, and the reason Buddha so Maitreya is holding a vase or like a pot on the left side of the body is because Buddha Maitreya will appear as the Buddha of this thousand or the Buddhas. He will be as a Brahmin in the lineage, and Shakyamuni Buddha was that of the royal in the family, and all 1,000 Buddhas will be either in a royal family or Brahmin in the family.
Kolo yoya de gari inenge sebu shijume pechir tomu mayimbe onto chena namnang gi rirwa namnang gi ri iza chashin kolo re ti menro sam ta ganda ibe kuti deji ki sam to
And from the point from the point of view of common uncommon the appearance, and then Buddha Maitreya is holding the hand in the articles of Buddha up very
kuseji kado chembe tene iza ta ne toga kado tele de to beji myo de tanami chede melong le zunye shabe zurumchi yore bebi de bewelin chede be tinalo la je se sumbuti chunju chige tinalo la ya zunye shabe be zurumchi yebse sundu sun jeji yokenumchi seta
and because the Maitreya's body is that of a yellow or golden colored body, and then it is reflecting from the chest of this the body, and at the level of the chest, and then at the level of the chest of Tsongkhapa, so Buddha Maitreya, and then one should visualize Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons.
And
all of these, the father Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons are sitting on the lotus flower and the moon's discs.
All the single teacher.
And below this lotus, and then there's throne. And some the artists paint the two sons are sitting on soft cushions, but that's incorrect. And in the And in the tankas, when tankas of Gandel Hajama, and then they paint Tsongkhapa, Manjukapa, and Atisha, the Akash and the Vimana as the monk aspect, but it is incorrect because they are in the land of joy in the aspect of deities. So the deities and monks are different. We should just live here for today. And now the subject matter of the discourse is about the Guru Yoga in connection with the hundreds of deities of the land of joy of Ganden Hajama. And this practice has two systems. first system of this practice of Guru Yoga is in accordance with the Ansa Nyenju, and the second system of practicing this the Guru Yoga is in accordance with this Sekyu.
Sekyu will only Sekyu is not about somebody do, but that's the home we share. Sekyu.
And Sekyu is in the system the system of the practicing the Guru Yoga in accordance with the Sekyu is promoted or founded by Dunapa Banden Tapa.
Chenloke Juba Chevin, Jerumuchi, Heruka Buddha, Kazan na Shinri.
And the proper lineage of the practice is came from Jetsong Kapa, and then Kyabje, and then Pazuchi Janzen, and so forth.
Sejun do not buy some with you name, and the Tajichimu non home berry. Seju lose.
And do not buy the Bandin sample in the practice this Guru Yoga in connection with the hundreds of deities of the land of joy very strongly. So his system is known as the Sejus.
Sejun do gonna need something to number or the sig. Sis is such a Zangare, he put and the Tapuji the Rubajan you will.
And Seju do not Bande Sambo was doing a meditation on the practice in the cave around in the set region in Tibet.
When you imagine a Loma that make him a Sanchi Pole, Jeon shooting. No, Jeon shooting, La Maniva. And then put him Jever, Mamba Dember, Lama de Buddha, Lama Sishira, Machine, the Babeshi, Never General Mambo. The mind is zero. That and I need to know the case of get on some who told them, and such a woman. Soon as you get on Shana Jemon de la Matuba, go where show there Lama Yapame, Utuju. And around that, there was a very rich and wealthy family, and the son of that family was possessed by spirits, so the spirits, and then they tried to cure these possession spirits, consulting with the Napas or these chanting practitioners and other powerful lamas. None of these, the Napas and the other lamas couldn't help and to treat the possession of the spirits of the child or son of that wealthy family. And the one that Mesana mentions on cases said that Sutra Suga, that best reset us and Mendus cases schedule. Lose so I drove a boot, Jimmy really said out the suggestion of the body. That is an Irupola, Chindu, Tabuchi, Buddha, the Madayale, Mason de Sansana, Tabachin, we Tabati, Buddha, the mountain, the Chelsea do. Some Sana Java Mendu, Yachi Desha, Yakambachin, Buddha.
And one night, and in Holland, the members of the family were discussing what a treatment they should do, and where can they find the person who can cure the son of that family. And while they were discussing about these possessions, how to cure the possession spirits of their son, and then the shepherd of that family said that when I was in the mountains to look after these animals, and I saw one monk, and I saw that monk when he was going for the toilets, and sometime then I saw a gray or brown sort of brown Tibetan yak around that the monks the house or cave.
And the sunny demand, the Neshua Sayagalama, the number Juyo, the name was Badazambo, Conjuyo, and Olama Puju, Jabo shooting yon the Lakum to Pero Nas show. And Agation made on other Babun Judo, 내 제목 두시는 매 당에 팽고 와서 아 페로나스 우두스다.
And then the shepherd advised maybe we can also consult with that, the monk or lama. And the next day, the member of the family, they went to see that lama who was meditating in the cave and saying, could you please come down to the family whose son was very possessed by the spirits. And then the Dunapa Pandit Sangpa said, it won't be helpful if I come because I cannot really control or this kind of cure these possessions of the spirits. And the member of the family said, we are desperate, and whatever happens, please do accept our invitation.
Also, Jazang Pemado me, Ali does it that's one name. Coach Chandon in the Chingado Ji. You did Dingabu, Dingandi. Dingati came the Toga Nayan of Togonjo, Tetala Gabish. Kavitilla, Givonga Madash. Chingado Ji never called Giver, Nietzsche on my name shows. And market dress Yazani never get short or Diana. Now I think the road, don't be name would do. Gogi won't come at the Troji, so gosh, and do not do Sazan and do not cover the Karichi or the King short.
And then that Pandit Dunapa Pandit Sampo said, I will make some I will testify. I'll make some tests before I go there, and so you should take the three things, whether these three things will tell whether it be beneficial for me to go down to the family. And then the Pandit Dunapa Pandit Sampo gave one dinga or this flat kind of fabric, this cushion, and one of dinga, and one bead of a mala, rosary, and one needle. And he said that you should hang this needle in the window and to tell the patient to wear that bead of a mala or rosary, and then hang this dinga on the roof. And as Pandit Dunapa Pandit Sampa advised the member to do that, and then he went down and he did exactly as Dunapa Pandit said. And then as he did, the family did that, and then the patient was crying and screaming, and then the members asked, what's happening? And then the patient, who is possessed by spirit, and said, now I'm impressed from above by huge mountains, and from the windows I can see wrath of the deities, so that's why I'm screaming.
Then you had the initial watching Perona, that could never get shot to do. The money the initial and you was that make him a new journey. You have removed the other which you made a do on new year, and your members of Jackie summary. So that you would get to Siro and Charan Justin Chambure, not your whole labor to Zinaro, and never Mazurus.
And then the member of the family, they approached the Lama again, saying, please do come very soon, because the patient who is possessed by spirit is screaming and crying. And then the Lama accepted it. He thought it was beneficial for him now to cure the child, a son. And then he went to the family's house. And then the Lama said, now you should leave this person because you are harming this patient. Is not good. And if you don't go and you don't leave the person, then I will control and I will destroy you. As soon as the Lama said this, and then the spirit replied that please don't destroy me, don't remove me, don't destroy me, because you are a great Bodhisattva. And then the Lama said, the place wherever they reside or there is full of Vitsima, and then you should not be around that. And if you don't be around the place where they are full of Vitsima or reside Vitsima, and then I will leave you from this.
This one's a Shacho Jasu Chimutani, Nojo, Zadi Medo Javi Padu, Mizimema Chelsaka Sachamidu. And I do Sazani, your Samaris, and I do want to do such a Toji not sure, you know.
And then the spirit said, can you please give me or grant me a place where I can live? Because from here until the end of the age of the ocean, all the places were filled up with victims. So that's why I couldn't find a place. So could you please give me a abode where I can reside? And then Lama replied, you should now make a promise and pledge not to attack and interfere the people who reside in victims. And then the spirit the promise and pledge not to do so to those who are residing in victims. So the victim has now this kind of power and strength, and then also the spirit also made a promise not to harm and interfere the people who practice victim. So there are many things to be said about the beneficial qualities of victim. And Lama Dungtse Repa advising every the people to recite Mikzema, and to those who are not reciting Mikzema, and then Lama said there be kind of the planet influences, and to those who are not reciting Mikzema, they do receive and they do receive the influence from the planets. And the Lama's name is Dungtse Relpa, playing on the tip of the spears, something like that. And then if someone, because he did practice this the Mitzama, so he couldn't be harmed by the weapons. When he was attacked by the weapons, then the weapons were turned into different things, and he was able to play on the tip of the spears and so forth. So that's why the Lama's name was Dungtse Repa. Dungtse Repa is the one who enjoys on the tip of the spears. And by reciting the Mitzama, and Dungtse Repa was couldn't harmed by this fire, and he said if he lit the fire on the feather of the chickens or birds, and he tried to eat. And if Lama had this blew onto the feather of the bird, and then that feather couldn't be burned by fire because of the recitation of the Mitzama onto that feathers of the bird. And for us, and alone, to stop, to have a fire on the feathers of a bird, even there is a danger of burning our hands. And we do recite, these Mikzamas, but we don't recite this Mikzama with great devotions. Whatever actions we can do these actions and spiritual activities in connection with the Mikzamas.
Chava Chisun, Chava Kaya Yori, and Serakaya Yori, Serakaya Yori, Shingada Zajan Zapia Yori, 다 나중에 치료 지지요, 노루 지지요, 매주면 레소 주지요. 레소 자다 지방 못이 진짜 생각나 매주면 내가 면도 자자지요. 어떤데 내가 매일한 주듯이 레베 하는 데는 레소도 강요가 매주면 요.
As for the other deities, and there are the 11 actions that we can be done in connection with the Mikzama, and there are also 101 actions that we can be fulfilled by doing the Mikzama, and through the Mikzama we can let's say we can achieve the wealth if we want to, and also through the Mikzama we can also stop the rains if we don't want the rains, and also through the Mikzama we can make the rains, and through the Mikzama we can also stop the storms and hails, and also we can through Mikzama we can stop the epilepsies that influences caused by planets, and through the Mikzama, and we can do all those sort of things that we want to do, like in other the practices of the deities.
너무 그 신자에 제바제나를 배배고도 배담을 소부 공부 침부치기 되려야만 되는 시고요. 공부들이 질라마 배비요. 배상 나 치우고도 주자 침부는 도구 말이 마시고 대비 배담 소나 주자 침부도 침부자는 공부 말이잖아. 매매심에 줄이 지나러 나온 시월.
And when in the Kunjin, the omniscient giant Shapa was traveling on the way to China, and on the way, the Mongolian king, they request, to give teachings, and that Mongolian king said, since you have short of time, I'm no intention of requesting very long teachings, but could you kindly give the teachings on Mikzama?
아니 저 매즈마 쳐도 중중 지기요 그래서 말라 내 시험에 주기 나는 매즈마를 저 자체에 싸우니네.
And then Kunje Janashepa asked a question, do you consider that the Mikzama is very less important practice? And then Mongolian king replied, I consider the Mikzama is the highest of my practices. So it looks as though that if we do understand the real entire teachings of Mikzama, then Mikzama teaching is very profound and extensive. It is said that it is Mikzama which is the king of the praise, and in which contains the entire 84,000 teachings or bundles of the Buddha.
And it is not sufficient just to say that Mikzama contains entire 84,000 teachings of Buddha. We must probe it, how this Mikzama consists the 84,000 dharmas, 84,000 dharmas of Buddha. And the reason that Mikzama contains the entire teachings of 84,000 teaching is that the essential practices of this Mikzama is compassion, wisdom, and power. And in three sets of
three sets of baskets or tipitakas are contained in the teachings of compassion, wisdom, and so forth. So this is the reason. And in the three sets of the basket contain the entire teachings of the 84,000 teachings. So this is the reason why Miksama contains the entire 84,000 teachings of the Buddha. And through the Miksama, and then we can do the other three the practices, and the external behavior and internal practices, and secretly to rely on the deity. These also three practices are contained within this Miksama. And the external the behaviors is known as and the body which and which contains the the wish fulfilling the jewel, and the second is the speech which contains maintaining illuminating the sun rays, and the mind, and the mind that which maintains the secret teachings. And these three are known as achieving the external Lama, achieving internal Lama, and achieving the secret Lama. And the last the teachings cannot be understood except in the Geshe-las. And you may know about also this teaching because you are doing the Geshe status. And this Ganden Hajama, the hundreds of the deities of the land of joy is very blessed. The Guru Yoga, it is originally also this the practice of Guru Yoga came from the ear lineage, ear whispered lineage of the Tsongkhapa, but it is very unclear that who actually had written this text.
Gade laja zeken sures di shejume gilu velamasa dribe kweka sheki kachi shusaliya ta lama na condition na kachi rayon chu gade laja zeken ama ko kachi sun kachi namre esa shumane ta kholi gade laja pisha ji chini pisha ko la dije ba nena baba de zombi jero osjane zejan di jab pisha de la na sujo ga la je sha ba ye tete lama ta di sun chu de peyo de ya pisha ji no sa ti gade laja Tadi long na wo imbaresa long ji ma so ta long ko de na baba de som je wo se yo yi da ta de ni mi do wa so imbare ba de som je ba ma re ga de la ja ma su no de ya de je khen de ju shin san je ja so da sien de ka na chung se te lu ju de a bu she ja su so mu ga de la ja me de ba na le pe shi ga de la ja me yin she ja su so mu na le.
And when the Lama who gave him the teachings asked who actually has composed and written this, the hundreds of the deities of the land of joy, and then Geshe didn't have any reply who actually had written this in the Ganden Hajama, and then some the incarnate lamas, and then they have written down this. There's a copy from the copy from Tibetan texts, and and then in the text, at the end of that, the text of Ganden Hakyama, and it says it is compiled by or edited by Dunapa in the Bandin Sangpo, and then they put this text on the table of the Lama, and then when Lama came back to give the teachings, and he saw that text, and he thought now that somebody want to loom all the teachings on that text, and then he gave the transmission of Ganden Hakyama. At the end of that, in a colophon or in a conclusion, it says there's the hundreds of deities of the land of joy or Ganden Hakyama is compiled by Dunapa Pandit Sangpo, and then that Lama who gave the transmission of that the text Ganden Hakyama, is said here in the colophon or in the conclusion, it says compiled by Dunapa Pandit Sangpo, but actually it is not Dunapa Pandit Sangpo, but Ketu Sangye Ishe, and all these stories. The Sangye Gyatso, composed by Sangye Gyatso, and this discussion is raised in the collected works of Abu Sherab Gyatso's work.
Abu Sherab Gyatso, Sumuna, Jichin Sangye Gyatso.
And in there it says this text was written by Jichin Sangye Gyatso.
Jichin Sangye Gyatso singing the Pechen Losan Chujen Lama.
And Jichin Sangye Gyatso was a spiritual guide or Lama or first Panchen Lama Losan Chujen Gyatso. And he's the lineage holder of the Yamen Taka. And as I've said, this Guru Yoga, the Ganden Hakyama, and Nikzima is the emanation of the Manjushri, but the saying it is emanation, it won't come from the sky or somewhere, but it had two authors who had written into the letters. And this Jinzin Retawa was the teacher of Tsongkhapa, and at that time the Jinzin Retawa was the foremost teacher of the Sakya tradition.
Lalo pension chusuri redi nimajira jeru chi jeru nawala toba pu mime zewe de chere chime chime omo jabeya ka chen kebe de jinda wo yono lu jina so ande es che zongme renda wo toba pu.
And Tsongkhapa followed Jinzin Rendawa, who was Sakya Lama, and they received the teachings from Jinzin Rendawa, and eventually also the Tsongkhapa had to give the teachings back to the Jinzin Rendawa, and so that they both were teachers and both were students of each other. So and towards the end, and then Tsongkhapa offered praise to the Jinzin Rendawa, saying, "You are our Tishwara, the great treasure of compassion, observing the unapprehendable, Manjushri, the powerful one, one of the stainless knowledge, Vajapani, destroyer of the host of Maras, and Jinzin Rendawa, a crowning ornament of the wise from the land of the snows. At your feet I make requests." And then Jinzin Rendawa replied, "This praise is not applicable to me."
강제 개발 조진 종가부 루산다 외샤도 소원이 주니 수표 제르무시 제르표.
And then the Junjun Rendawa that prays that the 4 lines back to the Jetsongkhapa as saying, "You are our Lokeshwara, the great treasure of compassion, observing the unapprehendable, Manjushri, the powerful one of the standness and knowledge, Tsongkhapa, and the crowning ornament of the wise from the land of the snows, Lobsang Chakpa, at your feet I make requests."
제르무시 른다와체 른다와체 나는 생기 사샤 단난데 지저저 배상체 송치 시술에 지지메 지지를 지지 공남바시 나즈 된의 주니 최송고요 니머를 최대의 송 최수gen스의 기회지요 그것이 미국의 가마부 공주전의 생각이 관심 아니 최대의 송은 제로시 최선시 이제 제조 배상 치서 지저를 치서 같이 있어요 지 송이 다양히 다치기서는 송주셔야 중국 최대의 민족 성사거든 중국 최면이 가려서는 공개 공부에서도 중국은 레저를 너무 세리를 수주도 너무 성자요 인상 저도 통고요 상제의 중국만 저 성자보다 중국민도 상제의 손도 중국민도 뭐만 매로 그래지다는 상제로 두세에 문제라는 상제였고 주면을 때는 좀 뭐 인상에 로수카가 인상 상제의 손도 맞춰배 온 제대 가능하다 중국 최면 성사거든 지게 너희 되게 좀 중요한 자세로 뭐 말해 손자. 알아서 gelon 속에 근데 거니 지대면 살 자세로 쳐 말해. 지대면 자세로 말해. 칸이 자세로 어디래디 말고 자세로 말해. 제가 같이 상도도 공가요 살을 다시 고마고를 자세 괜찮다. 앞에서 들어가는 데 수준자에 자고고 제야로 들어 도스 교마시다 인수용 근데 인자 데레기 진짜 동안이로 내지 되게 좀 중요한 자세 조금 말해서 뭐지 지저저 배상게 힘나 지 지에서는 담에다가 다바 인수용데 담에 다바 인수야데 기시스도 세제지요 담에다가 다바시 좀 위치 쓰기요 그래도 과제는 담에다가 대이 체지 다시 체지 메다바 인자 담에다가도 제 용어를 담에다가도 도저리 대인한테 다바리서 나는 기구 고조는 그 서당동아리 강에 냥디 소사다 나머지 이게 중국 주만 있어야 돼도 되게 매도 제거래 중국 주제 매 중국의 샤말라 리네 왜 리네 아니 지금 쇼 야도 지참 송 다가다니 샤말라 중국의 대바 다들 로지 마음도 티슈 말에 송자주면도 되도 되면도 지금 내진데 무슨 중에 자세는 송자는 대도 되면도 마리아 가르스는 전화에 사지 냐면 저기 보자 아디샤게 내진데 무슨 중에 자세샤도 아디샤게 송자에 매년도 저기 이거를 제가 내진데 중에 자세 제시데 여인도 자세 제가 전화술에 사지 냐면 저기 무게 자세샤도 저 지게 담에다가 다바 인세잖아요. 어다도 짠이 지금 또 생님이 좀 강하던 게도 대 마디스 내년에 저기 버려. 그럼 저기 이제 그 너무 거셔리. 아야. 정말 친구게네 출소해야 되나 가게 쉬야 매죠. 대 미주고야 가려서 공 도주 전시 수를 되게 이제다 그래야지. 중심이 얘네 얘네게 많이 되게 싫으셔. 이제는 변화자 전부 지금 모두 대나 가게 쇼예면 쇼지에 매제버려. 여러 시대 말해서 지워 되네.
So the Tsongkhapa was an extraordinary and remarkable person. For instance, at one occasion, and therefore the excellent teachers. Anyways, And there were, there are four excellent teachers. One was Tsem Rinpoche, and one is Kyabje Zong Rinpoche, and another was Kyabje Zong and Kyabje Rinpoche, and there were two other teachers, and these four the teachers gave the discourse as a Nangze Gong, and then they gave the discourse for the several days, and by turn they by rotation they gave the discourses, and then one day the one of these the lamas, not just Tsongkhapa, said the Kala Chakra is not Dharma or Dharma teaching, because in Kala Chakra it explained this Mount Meru, the shape of the Mount Meru is not that is explained in accordance with the Abhidhamma Kosa, and this in there it explained that the earth is round and so on, and also in the way to achieve enlightenment is slightly different from others, because in the Kala Chakra it doesn't mention about the illusory body, which is very necessary to achieve enlightenment. That's why Kala Chakra is not in the Dharma teaching. And another teacher said that you are not allowed to make the prostrations to 12 harm bestowers, and that this is incorrect. And another lama or teacher said, the impermanent sound is permanent, and then at that time there was the one disciplinarian or Gege, and then he stood up and saying that if it was wrong that you said that the Kala Chakra is not a Dharma teaching, because Buddha himself and also taught this, and also it in Kala Chakra it mentioned that about Shambhala and the way Buddha Dharma flourished very extensively. So through this, you cannot say that the Kala Chakra is not Dharma teaching. And also one of you who said that you cannot make prostrations to 12 harm bestowers, and this is not also incorrect. This Atisha, who is superior to you, whoever that taught, and made prostrations and made a homage to the 12 harm bestowers. Even he had written the text on and the Sutra on the medicine hill. In there, Atisha mentioned to pay homage to the bestower. So that's so you cannot say that you cannot make the prostration to the 12 bestowers. And one of you that said that sound, impermanent sound, is permanent, and this is absolutely the big contradiction. And even I, as disciplinarian, can destroy your wrong conception. And at the last, and then the disciplinarian said, the Jetsong Kapa, for instance, is controlled by his compassion and mind by enlightenment. So I have nothing to say about the Jetsong Kapa. So through these stories, then we can understand how the remarkable was Jetsong Kapa.
Kyabje Buddha Vandire, Jetsong Kapa, Jitsang Rinpoche, Jitsang Besang Sung,
and the four And the four the teachers, the lamas who expounded teaching on occasion were Jetsong Kapa, Junjun Retawa, and Kyabje the Balsam, and the fourth one is Jotin Dempa, and then disciplinary was Kama.
Kyabje Zong Rinpoche
and look, apparently, Kyabje the Balsam lived very long. Even the Kyabje Balsam was the spiritual guide of Java answer about Losang Tantra.
나는 샤바디 저저저 디바 중에라 또이 샤동데 니마르라 마셰바베 마셰레 사스베 내도 덤버르 베냐네 제부고요 뭐야 가르에서 마즈베 디바 침부리 토마 메바는 사베 디바게 풍부로 오샤요 나칼이 추마치시 대요리 신데레이네 디바 먹고 사디요 디 여베 겐르베 수수 삼못 콜라 상로도네 디바 침부이 다요 마하즈.
And when we do Guru Yoga, it is very important at the beginning to do the 7 practices. 7 practices, as you said in the morning, that one is prostration, 2 compassion, 3 rejoicing, and compassion, rejoicing, and then making request to turn the wheel of Dharma, and requesting not to pass away, and the dedication. And of these 7 limited practices, the second, the compassion, is the most important one. When we do the second limited practice, compassion or purification, we should do it in the application of 4 opponent powers. The reason this the compassion is or purification is very important is that because we had still left many the negative and unwholesome actions to be purified that were committed from the beginningless time, and also even in this life we had accumulated many negative actions, and so there are many the signs mentally that whether we had committed negative actions or not.
사야 통야 권야 시 주는 농주배 간에 지 고고를 받아 주 농주 고고리 여기 그래 많이 내가 대신은 주는 농주 가제 연이 야그래 봐 남아 두고 지 연이 랑에 배주도 메레디 줘야지 주는 농주 쏘고 한국 정말 제고 수도에서 년산도 서도 강화도 쏘고지 저도는 주례에 손으로 집에 가봐서 쏘고지 정말 진짜 되나 한 대나는 주는 농주 냐지 깨고 요말 봐 되나 and the other generals, Diva may have a chicken somewhat cheap. They might be your soul, Jabe, and Chuban is your word. Then a Diva John, the Hajam occasion. And Diva John, how much Diva you had the Canarius, and I will teach it.
And the reason that purification is very important is, for instance, we have the houses and the rooms, and we have the things in our room, and as these we have marvelous things. And which is very necessary to have the material resources. But even if we have the material resources, but in all of these material furnitures and so forth, are disordered, untidy, and it is scattered in our room, and then it doesn't look very nice even if we have many things. And also. We need, as we have material resources, and we need we need more. In a similar way, even if we have the purified, and at the same time, it's very important to accumulate merit.
수수 제 가도 다쳐. 제가 아마 기와를 공부해요나 기와를 배 아마 수수 신경이 오래. 야 말에 나도 기와제 지금 대바도 공부 중에 못 되고. 내가 지금 공부 중에 니마마 주지 그래. 대바도 제 틀대네 깔래 거기 우리 당물이 배면나 그래. 너 깔래 전에 봐 치료 봐 봐면 고양 전에 총자제 가지는 깔래 가지요 말. 양지 자기로 그렇게 걔네. 아니 가제 참샤네 깔래 가지면 괜찮지요. 야 조조지 취제준 등지 주주 니래 깔래 거기요. 봐 저는 뭐 인버지 제련소는你们也是把特别呢，搿个没什么的，就什么没现在接的不嘛，我这个大问题，我们其中说。
The sense of that we have done more negative in the no more negative actions in the past is, for instance, and if you do the practice for 1 hour, and then we find it very difficult, and also if you do the recited mantra and prayers, and then it's very difficult for us to pass the time. We feel that 1 hour has taken so many hours, but actually it is around 1 hour. And also while we are reciting our sadhanas and prayers, and then we have knee aches and other problems. But if we are out of this, and when we do other the unrelated actions such as the jumping and going here and there, running, and even if we run and jump for many hours, play the different things for many hours, we don't have any tired. We don't feel any tired. So the feeling that the Dharma actions, doing the one Dharma action for 1 hour is taking a long time, and playing and devoting the activities for many hours, feeling that it's been only in a short time, and that indicates that we are more used to the unwholesome actions in the past.
나 전주에 가면 로기지 도나 지구여면로 전주 고고도와 제시다. 주주 좀바 다자에 조소나 제가 전문면나 전루나 로주 계지르나 뜸버다. 대신 상제 토이 자람나 지단 수나는 탕가지 대대 교원양 총년라다 내가 또 신신도 메제 봐 송거. 대인사 제 되게 더다데 파케나 매루래가 공부들 지금 그래. 교신에 대수기 때문에 정부 살지 누구래. 랑기 교주부 살지 내가 샤부 살지 팽그래. 대인사 페로전이 지다 처음에는 좀 놀러주 계기로 또 받을 소화들이. 베리 전화 보다야 다 대선도가 좀더 로유에서 통과버리 지요리마도 뒤저 로면 살로 버지나라 근데 내가 다니만 매봐 참여 팁되요도 차베 너나 팁되요도 나고 지요 사로는 나만은 봐도 나고래 나고는 게 되그래 다 잡아도 로지 여요도 사자도 되우서 리데야 지기베 랑가 강가가 통해야지 네 세상 그지 축지 통그래 양나 통수도 로지 축지 마도야 말이 저는 전문면나 저로나 로주 스팀베치는 로주 계지로 나도 축지에 배 나와 침으로도 나와지 너무도 와서 베르티.
And since that the most of the people are interested in the Bodhisattva Charavatara or in the guide to the Bodhisattva deeds, and the very the very beginning of this first chapter of the guide, he mentioned a few verses, and in the verses it explains these few words, and in there it contains and just as taking the lightning as an example. And just as in the dark, when it is dark, and when everything is dark, when there is no sunlight, moonlight, and then if it is lightning developed through the clouds, and then it illuminates these things which are on the ground very briefly, and we at the moment, if at this stage we have electric lights, but if we don't have lights, and then we can see that the dark, everything dark at night from the evening to the next dawn. So between this we can't see anything until let's say the lightning develops from the sky through the cloud. When this lightning actually develops through the cloud, then it illuminates the darkness which are on the ground. And also our mental attitude. And mentally, our attitude is very in the dark, which is covered, which are covered by the desires, attachment, anger, and ignorance. At a very occasional, and then we do develop, these wholesome thoughts, such as developing faith, and giving, practicing generosity, and making the offerings, and meditating on the death and impermanence, and towards death and living cycle existence, mind of enlightenment. Even if we develop these thoughts, wholesome thoughts, but we do develop these thoughts in a very brief time. And in the guide it says that these wholesome thoughts develops occasionally, not in a continuously. And they do develop these the wholesome thoughts of such as creating merit, the generosity, and so forth, through the power of the empowering blessings from the Buddhas. And we do develop the thoughts of creating merit, such as developing the faith and meditating on death, impermanence, and so on. But we don't develop these thoughts continuously. Even if we practice Dharma, we find difficult to develop these thoughts. So all this, if we do develop this wholesome thought, this also caused by the empowering blessings of the Buddhas. And because we develop the wholesome thoughts very occasionally, and also because our mind is overpowered by the three mental poisons. For this reason, that our negative actions become very powerful if you do it, And if we do the wholesome actions, and even we do very little, very tiny, and then these tiny the wholesome actions won't become very powerful. The reason all this happens because we don't develop these wholesome thoughts very very occasionally and continuously, and and even if we practice let's say Dharma by reciting the hundreds of deities of the land of joy, and then our concluding stage in actual practice and preparations will be incompleted while we are doing this practice of let's say this Gandhamajama, and then our mind is totally filled with negativities, such as how to protect one's relatives, and how to destroy others, other opponents, so on. So so because of our practice is like this, so even our wholesome actions is not very strong.
Diva chimbu chene chunju chile ragi yomari. Diva chunju chene do chimbu hajang mezeba seyade la mezeba seyade tashu ki che si hadi meba si. On shenu mezeba watene chimbu ri. Pena be ndo shaji kone no military si manaka. Shidang kone no tsizo menaka. Yang yuju kone no mingo kodang ya bi ke shenenga. Wate chimbu chele guamari. 내가 되게 시작할 때는 충분히 임바 당내 고고는 토만하면 공배 오르베 고는 수 친구 너 시에로도 대상도 마음도 동네 대서서다 마음도 식시에 사성 단위 성에 시 용서버리고 조르베 고문하고 서도 뭐 되고 요거지 손간에 차 상황이다. 그래서 시야게 되바 친구 지인에 되바 하자면 친구 메시어벌에 사지기 또 친구 신도 메시어 니무 때 가면 되는 지리요. 예수요.
And also, Shanideva said in his Nikaya that our negative actions are inexhaustible, and our wholesome actions are very poor. That this is true. For instance, even if we do some of the wholesome, unwholesome actions, while we are doing our wholesome actions, we create a great amount of negative actions, and in actual practice. And we think how to destroy others, and at the end, instead of dedicating properly, and then one is satisfied with what one has done for the others.
That you see the judges paying Mahajano. Then Jaju Zovijan Sima Gijin Conversation never do see the Batava Dochi Jaju Sima Lanking. What is on the shadow, the Vacham religion to your insa, develop the shadow, Jewadi, what in it? Hapu. Tanaja Jedem was some Jimmy, Cheju Deba, Temato Making the Zurich. Things are Duganoni, Deva Shabbat is also.
And so the reason I said, the second practice of compassion is very important is because whatever we think is very negative, whatever we do is very unskilled, very negative. So that's why I said the compassion is then very important. If we fail to purify our negativities, and then we will not take the very good results.
Ango Pisha Niembe, Pasha Jaya, the Saya, the Lulu Temba Maji, put the Lulu Chisum Pengama. Tana Aro Sebe, Ango the Jazz, Chirache, that means Chunie, the Gavata, Reva, the Joshima, Dilu, Yawaji Matona, and the Pasha said to Sati Homa. Things are Joshima Dilu, Lumin Dilla, Tazi told what occasion.
And because we have now the receiving Dharma teachings, and we have planted many wholesome activities, so it is very important to write this wholesome imprints in our future lives within our human body, and in order to write these wholesome propensities, it's good to derive these wholesome propensities and tendencies within the human body. We should do the better than that pigeon who had heard the recitation of the sutra by one of the master, and as a result of hearing that in the sutra, and then that pigeon was reborn as a human being. Now, compared to that and pigeon, we have a better life because we are human life. So with this human life, then we have planted in wholesome imprints. So we should then try to write this wholesome imprints within the human body in the future. And if we can reach liberation from cyclic instance with the human body, this present human body, that's fine. If not, then we should motivate how to achieve this human body again in the next or future lives. And with this, the human body, and then we can find another spiritual guide, the Guru, and meet the Dharma. And with the meeting the Guru, teacher, and the Dharma, and then we can reach the enlightenment. And so it is very important to prepare and to motivate us how to achieve this human body, which has 7 fully raffined effects. And in order to achieve this, the human body, which has 8 the fully raffined effect, we must accumulate their causes. And in order to achieve that body, first of all, it is very important, important to purify our negativities. Without purifying negativities, and then it's difficult to achieve human body. So it is then said that it is very important to purify our negativities in application within our 4 opponent powers. And this is very important, and one should then consider a lot of thought about this. So it is at the moment we feel that Dharma practice depends on the Dharma instructors, and that's why whoever teaches, and whether good or bad, we only watch at their marks. If we meet let's say a fine teacher, only look at his the teachings, but we don't practice. And also we do go and watch at the speech of the person, and who's not very qualified, and we don't receive any the benefits from his the instructions. So we also we mixed up all the fine and distinguished and little bit unclear the teachings, and then mixing up these things, and then we don't achieve the successful the practice. So it is very important then to practice pure Dharma. You should not get angry. I'm speaking this compassionately, because you people are receiving, they are trying to receive from various things, and just as this one person gets the food and he doesn't eat that and put in another one, and then receives another tray of food and then doesn't eat that and put on that, and then like that, taking from different things, and then finally one receive any benefits. In a similar way, it looks as though that you receive from the various kind of the teachings. So I'm please don't get angry. They're saying this, but I'm speaking this sympathetically.
Lama di sedenji go, lama yin shizegi pema mare. Lama ya namen nanso yore, tere sani kashe mogo donge yore, kashe yabu yore. Lama sedenji ge sal chudi shugore.
It is very important to receive the Dharma teachings from a very qualified master. There are various lamas or teachers. Some are good and some are not that good, deceiving others and cheating others. So it is very important to receive the teachings from a very qualified teacher.
Lama sedem kunde ledu susu nyaso le yagi mema sedem majo che. Timegi lera pema to balab de jiyo mare. Lama sedem shugore.
And if one meets a very qualified teacher, then one should receive the authentic instructions from him, but not just other things. And having received the proper instructions from him or her, and then one should put into that the practice with great diligence. And if all these three the necessary conditions come together, and then one will gain the positive experience of practicing the teachings. And having received the instructions, then one instructions, and then we should try to put into practice. If one does not put into practice, and then what's the point of taking notes? I'm not against taking notes. Good to take notes because you can't read Tibetan. There's so many Tibetan texts. It's good to take notes, but having taken notes, one must also use it. Don't leave these notes behind you. Now, when we do this, the practice of the hundreds of deities of land joy, we also should do this with the 6 preparatory practices. First is now the dusting in the rooms of practicing this Katyalajama. So don't sleep until midday. Wake up before that, and then clean up one's room. And when one is dusting one's room, cleaning one's room, and then one shouldn't think that I'm doing this for my for my own pleasure. So but rather one should think that I'm dusting my this retreat room or meditation room in order to invite the Papa and his the two spiritual sons, and there are 5 beneficial qualities of dusting the place where one does practice.
아니 자상 계절 코로나 러주 러기 계절에 이게 더 동바지 공부치 나서베 파베 람토 되네 가중부터 가중에 너니게 가중 현담인데 지금에 치마를 쳐도 줘 집에 최시하고는 배 쳐도 줘 가중은 다시 무시지 배송이 대상하고 내한테 주고 너니 아바네가 텐텐에 쓰게 되래 어디네 배요 계절부터 아 세마이 배요가요.
And the genuine benefit of adjusting, cleaning one's meditation room is that, for instance, Papa Lamjung, and he was very stupid at the first place. In order to purify his negativities, as a skillful means, and the Buddha appointed him as a cleaner, and then he was cleaning the temple and monastery, and while he was doing that, he even couldn't memorize the true words as by abandoned martyrs and abandoned defilements. He even couldn't memorize these. Others have memorized before him, but by the cleaning, these around the temple and monasteries, reciting these abandoned martyrs, abandoned defilements, and then he finally purified all his negativities, and he achieved arhatship, or became the fortister. Among the fortisters, he was the most excellent one in terms of the teaching the Dharma and so forth. So through cleaning, through dusting rooms, then one can receive all these benefits. And now, besides this, there are 5 other benefits of dusting the room. And next is now the setting up the representatives of the Buddhist spiritual mind. And if you have set up all the representatives of the Buddhist spiritual mind of Buddha, and then you don't need to move this first and then do it back again. If you have set already, and that's sufficient, you don't need to move that from different places. And if there are dust on the statues, then one should clean this by the feathers of the birds, and then one should look at the statues, seeing the statues, and plants the wholesome imprints of seeing many Buddhas in the future, and then also one should make offerings, just as we eat, we need food, and so we should make the offerings to the Buddha. If we eat, then more we eat, more there will be something that will come from the bottom. And strictly speaking, the first portion of food, first portion of drink should first offered to the objects of the refuge. But at the moment, we eat the most delicious food and drink, but we only offer just water to the Buddhas. So that's not the proper way of practicing offering. So if we do that, and then our stomach, that we have is the real stomach of the three jewels. And this very important to make the offerings, and the more we create the merits, and the more we get an opportunity to make the offerings. For instance, there was one Kadamba Geshe who didn't have anything, even he had to go out for the begging, and he didn't have the proper instance of making offerings to the Buddhas and so forth. So instead of using the proper instance, he used a bush from which you can make the incense, and then he offered the bush of this incense as real and offering of an incense, and then because he made these offerings sincerely, and then later on that Gautama Geshe also received more kind of material things, and as a result of this, then he got a good, greater opportunity to make more elaborate the offerings. So if we make offerings, and then we can get a good opportunity to make offerings until death, and if we don't make offerings and we don't get money, so we cannot get any time to make offerings until death. And then sit on our meditation cushion, and then just make and develop and set up sort of proper motivation. And with the wholesome thought, and then once take refuge and generate the Buddha, we can recite this refuge prayer like Sanje Jedang, and then we can also recite 4 immeasurable prayers. Sanje Jedang Soji Chona, Chandu Dan Jel, Sama Jigaba the Kundu, Jerusalem, Jeru Paying Kazedo, Jeru Paying Juba, Lavina, or the Musane Yumuri. Tavana Jeru Paying, Jesu, Lamina Joy, the Hawk Watch. See me the man, don't let someone. So the first 2 lines of this one stanza teach this refuge and saying to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, I take refuge in you until enlightenment. This is about refuge, and when we take refuge, then we should try to also remember the benefits. There are 10 benefits which are also described in Lamrit, and if we do practice refuge sincerely, then we will receive these benefits, even if we don't want these benefits. And the last 2 lines that through the virtues, through the merits of such as giving and so forth, may I could attain the Buddha for the benefit of sentient beings, is the generation of Bodhicitta. And because one says that through the power of the merit, such as giving and so forth, then one dedicates this and for the benefit of to achieving life for the benefit of others, then one will receive these the benefits of developing both aspiring and engaging minds.
Something serious parishima to the Kone Chore. Ina, Raja Major Parishima to the Shinja, Duemo Vishitan Java, Jesse Java, some of the Kutra. Young was there, Raji, Java the Jumasuna, Sutin the Jumasuna, Mumba the Jumasuna, Sula Kuba. Suna Javaji, Sun Java, Davi Jasuji, Suna Jis, Tile. All the Navy Suna de la Dane, Sina Tanji, Kanada, Sanji, Toba Shores, Toba Gurus, Ajache, Toba Shores, Monoja. Image. Oh, yeah, and that's just in jail. That's your single son, 16 to the Yoma. They never got a language to one, do the set as other Janju, Rizzo, Taude, Garden, was told that you were choosing another cousin share, you got you were choosing no portrages and to the children, you're going to say, then I judge among which you never sound on your or the Taru, never don't go out. Position sentiment at having some don't give them. Then somebody talk about this to the Yogi. Now, when they put the result on the Latin Mountica, let's chew you some. Chew Coming and do stuff, rich woman, coming to go. What about the result of the Lajan, some of the Tavian and Java, those to the Yogi. When they turn the day you were choosing the Kari, I should send you Makananas. Chile Rangi, Tarin, some Chile Moto, Chile Tarin, some Tongia, Vision of Nagasiati, Raman, the truck only here, some don't reach from. All the days you are taught, the Latos Chile, don't you hear which my pay when the vision of face. You wish you said the delay owes you, then I shouldn't have sense. All the days you are, some don't, the Guardian Lajan was you to one is. Guardian Rajas, the Guardian Rajas, Sevmare, Tatunda, we all. Lassias, Guardian Lassun, Kona, you already do with that. Guardian Latin, Joel and you can talk, but Joe said, the George is usually going to Guardian Latin. Talana General Salama Givation, Guardian Uation and Penugas, Guardian Latin, George is usually. And the Guardian Latin, we already, just say at the bed. Roger and Bishazes, Seattle. Roger said, "Get on the video already, Monsi China. Some on Wusu. About the man. That's some of them burns to the Tatam Moja, Moja is a candy. So, Gongus Neda, Jum was Neda, Jelton, Gonchi, whatever. Then I have a Jum going, but I have some of Jum with Tamade, and it is a Samugu. But I have words, some words. He took up to a baby show, no, the years is the Talam, you never, Yan Jedu Jewry, Talam, Jeju. When you do it, Church of Gojo, Lusanta. Church of Gojo, some of Lusanta, the is a home century. Said on Java said, just a kid who needs ever. Sit on Jerusalem, said, there was a swoon channel. She said, Jeremy Chichi. And told him, just for the desert, which he needs you. Now, to you said you would kill you. You said, need you. To you said you kill you, then you can say, oh, my. Come on, now, to you said you would kill you. She said, you told you, said, oh, no, this is we are the careers enough. The other, watch by the two announcers, the kill room, she cannot do it. Yes, I did it. Jealous. So, Jeremy. Risun Chidu, Yimber, knowledge and Jabaya. Channel is on the channel. Yes, as soon as you have. Kettle, which is Jeremy, Loma chicken on the internet, that's how the Maccan. You wear the careers enough. Some of which is the Sarada, the woman, some of the Asia, some of the Asia, some of which is the boss, Sanji, some of the Asia, some of the message towards them. Said no one with the charge of the introduction. Dana said, shooting the shoe, they do my way on.
when we say by whatever merit, such as giving and so forth, may I attain Buddha for the benefit of others. For the sake of all sentient beings and so forth, in giving and so forth here, we can include the merit, this giving patience and effort and concentration, wisdom and moral discipline, and so saying that by whatever merit of such as practicing, giving patience and so forth, and may I achieve the Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings, and then this is the generation of mind of enlightenment, and then having generated mind of enlightenment, and then we should invite this field for the accumulation of merit, as we have said that that we are inviting the field for the accumulation of merit from Tushita, or the land of joy, and this land of joy is evolved this land of without the compact, and and it is said that we should visualize this field for the accumulation of merit in the space before us, one cubit distance from the eye, from the level of the eyes, between the eye to between the level of the eyebrows, and some people may wonder that how can this Tushita, land of joy, can be so near, because it's geographically it is very long, and especially how can we visualize this Mount Meru, which are under this Tushita, the land of joy, and when we practice this the hunters of the deities of the land of joy, and then we shouldn't visualize this very far, just visualize one cubit distance from the eye levels of the between two eyebrows, and below this, and in the space, and then we should visualize the Mount Meru and so forth, and think that just as through the eye of a needle we can see the everything, and like the mountain and so forth, and when we are looking. And from the heart of the protector material, and then we should invite this Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons on the peak of cloud, which is resemble a cluster of fresh white curd. And here cloud is used as an example of that cloud is white. So the curd is used as an example of that the color of the cloud is white. That's the only meaning. Otherwise, there's no other sense. And when we are inviting the Tsongkhapa to the spiritual sons, we should invite a replica of the Tsongkhapa and two spiritual sons. Inviting the Tsongkhapa and two spiritual sons, we shouldn't we shouldn't invite. We shouldn't stop to visualize the Tsongkhapa's two spiritual sons at the heart of material. We should just only visualize, invite a replica of the Tsongkhapa and the two spiritual sons from the main Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons on the peak of a cloud, and think that reach, and then the space before oneself, one cubit long from between two eyebrows. And we can visualize these clouds in accordance with one's wishes. In the tangas, we can see that from the heart, then of the protector develops the curved clouds, and then in the space before us, then huge the kind of clouds develop around it. Tsongkhapa's two spiritual suns. Also, there are the small kind of clouds, but and it's up to us whether we visualize other the clouds behind it. Tsongkhapa's two spiritual suns, and anyway, this white cloud symbolize or is the compassionate mind of the protector Buddha Maitreya. And saying all-knowing or omniscient Lobsang Tapa, the King of Dharma, together with your sons, spiritual sons, I request you to come to this abode. Saying these two lines, and then one should imagine that Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons reach in front of oneself. And it won't take very long that Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons be in this space before us. And most importantly, one should regard Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons are the synthesis of all the gurus, all the way from the Shakyamuni Buddha, and then Maitreya, and also Manjushri, Nagarjuna, and so forth. And also one should visualize that this the Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons are the synthesis of the deities of the four sects of Tantra, and the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and the heroes and the heroines and the protectors of the Dharma.
Nyame tobe woman and Rocket Savelame Persia Lama, Yedam, Sanjay Chansabo, Kadishu, Tamje Nibe Danya, Doji Chansu Sanjabo, Kondo Kalama and Dan Chabas, Tango to Tibet. Kondo de Karla Mam and Dan Chabas, Kula Shadow River Make. The Sonju Kuim, Ishiji Kuin, Sanjay Kunaji. Yima Lakundo Karvala Mandan Yud.
And visualize that Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons are the synthesis of all the gurus, up to including the present gurus. And one should visualize that Tsongkhapa as a body is in the white, having a slightly the reddish tint. And the white, the colored body symbolizes illusory body, and the red one symbolize this union. And this together the reddish tint, the white reddish tint body, Tsongkhapa symbolize the unification of the body and the mind, or means illusory body, and the union.
Simple tribute, Shinji tribute, Jujen, the nations, the nations, the Nanju, the Mesu, Juno, Jima Yansu, the Jujen, the Jujen, 现在见具人性的事，见法人物，见具人性。
And visualize that Tsongkhapa is in the smiling expression, and it says long in the eyes. There are the various eyes, wisdom eyes, wrathful in the eyes, and so forth. And some in the eyes are that is the shape of the grain, like the Dara's eyes and so forth. But anyway, once you visualize the Tsongkhapa's eyes is long. And want you to visualize that the tip of the Tsongkhapa's nose is like quite high, and you can visualize this quite easily because most of the Westerners have a very tip. And I want you to visualize that Tsongkhapa is a delightful expression. And if one visualize this, and this is then the auspicious sign of that one be cared under the protection or under the protection of the Tsongkhapa.
Sanje ke Jesu songse maje maje bare, maje songse jigde bare.
And our works are not very good because we've done everything that Buddha said we shouldn't do it, and we didn't do it that Buddha said we should do it. And we shouldn't think that, my work would be not delighted or pleased by Tsongkhapa at this time, and we caused to please the Tsongkhapa's Lord.
Maharaj Chadamu so mege ochu be shada chen be nyawado shya so de sa sanje so thuti shida chen be thu jo chin su shu yore sanje so thu jo de be rang ga amale she be de wa bugu rang ga ame bugu be bugu ya bu shibu chi yong bugu di thu san shiro chen yen dilo ge go yo na ama de sin jo ka ze yo na ta sanje ge ma su jo de che ba ma do sabe nyebe bola ame tsewa yoba digibe janju sungju chibale sa 지 상제기be 말아서 참아서 tsewa de yode 에서 tsewa chibu to zi ju yore 안주 지세야 다니 마제와 도티로 제 주요다 상제 도티제 신 도야 되지 말마도 옛날 다리모네 가든 사자던 쇼게니 계시지 죄바 그 감이에다가 취지 제와 인자 취제 만용의 그 취지 제자도 부고 시간 오면 배 시간 밤에 가서 많이 게 주도 되게 니마지 밤에 시간에 저거 야고 시간 아마 시비 거기요 내가 나이제 저 저도 야고 마셔야 되게 다 다리 많이 다는 수든 지어 있는 단디가 니 랑가지 연구지 전설이 오네 또 내부요.
And because the Buddhas have great the compassion, and so they're very they have the pleasing mind towards us, and their compassion is far greater than the mother's compassion for her and the child who has eaten, who has eaten poisons, and even the child has eaten the poison, and the mothers have immense compassion. But this but Buddha's compassion for us is even greater than in these mothers. And today we are pleasing the Buddhas by reciting or doing these hundreds of deities of the land of Joy Kante Pachama, because so far we didn't do it, and we didn't do it properly, and now we have done engaged in negativities. But today we do it, and then they were very pleased, thinking that she has done terrible things, but today he is doing this, so they were very pleased, just as just as if mother's boy is very naughty, and if the boy becomes very positive, and then mother will be very pleased about his the development.
Yao Changman Gu Tu Chu Ku Yao Mebe Mani, Zhugu Dine Lamen Nama Chet, Chen Chang Yunga Yiza, Chugu Yin Zugu Nama Chen Chang Sinendi, Longu Nene Zhugu Chudu Chen Chang Sinendi, Gajugu Nene Chen Chang Chet, Kuja Zemba Radio. That is Chen Kola Mamushe Modu, Chen Chang De, Song Samaji, the Jason Kundu, Samaji, Lama Kundu, Sanjay Kundu, Tanshu Kundu, Bilu Kundu. And so Rangi Savalama Yimbashi, Savalama the Kochiba Yimbashi.
And visualize Tsem Kappa is the synthesis of the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha, and especially once you once you regard that he is also one's guru.
Yela Dumbarba, Yela Dumatilla Tombo, Chacha Yela Kumula, Yamel Mido sort of Yela de Hele. And Yamel Mido sort of Yela Hole, we are the Caress, the Chechuchi is in Chechu Maratsu Sosa, Dijun Chevala, Arasia Tabato, Tanabe, the Jet, not Chemuchin Joy, Lama Sanjela Rally. Today is a social region with the Lama the Hajan Gacho. Lama man and Maras Kue Dijis and told me to me. Some of the way rallies at the Lama is and Dijis Dijit Hamjin Junior Lama. They is a Maras Yabu Yola, Lama was Chevy into them at the Gachi.
And of the 700 practices here, the first practice will be the requesting not to pass away or not to enter into parinirvana. The reason being that in order to accumulate merit and in order to purify negativities, and then spiritual guides or lamas need to live very long, without them, and then there's no much to be done in the spiritual. For this reason, the requesting not to pass away is insert in the first place.
Today is a day so Sabishin to Lama Yuri to Juro is the Yangeli Medal sort of Tamu Juhadi, the Chugi Nation, the the subject is you.
And the reason the requesting not to pass away is not inserted in the first place is because it is very important about these the gurus. And because there are this the serious the importance in the Darachitamanis and Guru Yoga, the requesting not to pass away is used as a first practice of the 7 winter practices, and also in the Guru Yoga of and the Avalokiteshvara, freeing all the bad migrations, also used also practice this not to pass away of the 7 practices. And the next is that we should offer this line thrones mentally and to each of the spirit of the Tsem Kappa and his 2 spiritual sons in order to remain for a long time. If we can't do this mental transformation, then if we have mandala base, we should then make these 5 marks on the top of the mandala base, 4 on each direction, and 1 in the center. And I think that one has then offered this snowy line thrones and to Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons. We should visualize that in the space before us, and then Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons are sitting on a line throne, and on line throne. Then we should visualize the lotus, and then in the moon, and they think that the venerable Tsongkhapa's two spiritual sons are smiling with delight. In some tankas, we can see just Tsongkhapa sitting on the throne, but his two spiritual sons are just sitting on the two soft cushions. But that's slightly wrong. So what we should do is we should visualize all of three, Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons, were actually sitting on the line throne.
Dalu teve suna shinju suda ngebe teva jasakite suna shin sob shin benara zo shingarwa shingadan tando ragurwa dana yegbe rang suna so sak shingaru lama de suna so ba shincho neza suna so shingi sho suna so shin so shin seyo jan so sa sa shin dalu teve suna shincho ta Kyabje Zong Rinpoche juro na je juro guba kare se ne te be ten tu juro chi ne suna sa bi shin cho du juro chi tenba je be tu juro chi o ta se je ta ji le de je jo de tenba a le ba te zo tenba je be che tu be Kyabje Zong juro chi se de ke tenba je be tu juro se je de je tu juro chi ba de ta te.
And then we should say, as the supreme and the merited field for my mind of faith, I request you to remain for 100 eons to spread teaching. And just as from the field we can reap, we can receive the crops. In a similar way, this thing that these Tsongkhapa and his two spiritual sons were like a field in order to accumulate merit, and think that remain you three remain with me in order to develop faith and for the sake of sentient beings, and for the sake of surviving the Buddha Dharma, and in order to sentient beings and happiness and so forth. It depends on the Buddha's teachings. So you please remain with us for the sake of the Buddha Dharma and the happiness and the faith of ours. Of the 7 limited practices, we have finished one. And it is said when we make a request to not to pass away and to turn the wheel of Dharma, mentally we should imagine they accepted not to pass away and to give the teaching. And if we do it, and then it makes a very auspicious sign to be happy. And now follows the practices of prostrate, which begins opens like this. Your intelligent mind comprehends the vast range of objective knowledge. Your speech of good explanation is the ear ornament for those of good fortunes. Your beautiful body is radiant with the glory of fame. To you whom to behold, hear, and remember is meaningful. I prostrate. And when we do this Guru Yoga, it is we can we can generate ourselves as a deity, or we can stop generating ourselves as being a deity. In probably one of the collected works of Gundam, there is these teachings on generating oneself as the Yamataka, instantly having dissolved everything into the emptiness. From within this emptiness, then one should generate as deity Yamataka, and then one should do this this practice of the hundreds of deities of the land of joy. But it's up to one's hand whether one we generate by one's as deity or without it. But anyway, now the first line, your intelligent mind comprehends the vast range of object knowledge and reveals the good quality of the mind. And whoever we visualize about any guru or spiritual guide, and then we should visualize his body is permeated or is pervaded throughout the world. And this is a very difficult one to be realized. And in some texts it says that all these all the pure lands dissolved into or completes into the body. And if possible, and then we should visualize the pure lands, different pure lands on the hair paw of the Jetson Kaba, and we do have hair paws, and for some people there are two hairs on the growing from hair paw, and the Buddhas that we have only one eye, the hair growing from hair paw and curling in the clockwise, and each of these hair paw, and then once you visualize many the Buddha lands in there, and then once you visualize that the deity and Buddha, Bodhisattvas, and also if possible, we should visualize the Buddhas who are residing there on the Pure Lands, we should also visualize their lives, what they have done before they were actually the rich, before they were actually enlightened being. What we should also visualize that what they have, the substance they offered before they became the Buddha, such as clothes and other articles they use in order to create a merit. So if possible, then we should visualize this pure lands on the hair pose and imagine that these Buddha lands are not becoming smaller. And even in the Bodhisattva who's on the 10th ground do have this the powers to emanate the pure lands of the hair pose. And it is said that the Bodhisattva who's on the 10th ground is Buddha, but not the complete the Buddha. So there is this discussion. The reason being that the Bodhisattva 10th ground do have the equal and similar understanding and attainments to the complete or the full awakening of the Buddhas. That's why they said the 10th ground is the Buddha, but not complete Buddha, because it's not completely the attainments of what the fully enlightened being has achieved. And there are many things to be discussed about these grounds, about the 8 grounds of the Hinayana system and so forth. And it's very important to know this, but maybe it seems that you are not receiving these teachings on this, and they should do have the recitations or memorize all these the qualities of the different grounds of the Bodhisattvas.
All the regbe yende padame yoiza sanje ge sai yende kangolo be nduge jela ma yose sonle yede ba alala 자주 심배사에 내주세 상도동 신이 야부 요리스 다들 심어 가고래 얘네베 뇌지제에서 손부디게 거의 바보 공부를 나다 산지 시간 받으면 요리 캔다고 다 상도동 마데나 랑기 차세베 고디 랑기 차세데 요가 예수님의 차세로 쓰기 받는 속에 영화 예수님의 차세 뭐해 주치고 말이 무슨 그룹은 차세를 근데 무슨 그룹은 차세를 해야 되는 차세 무슨 그룹은 차세를 수도 무슨 영화 예수님의 류지 차세 되나 다 야동근이 영화에 말해서 너들이 류 차세가 영화래 왠지고 제 대자요. 레데네 류기차 제야데 라바 태무자고. 라바 태무자고 선시 당고만 뭐지 전에 류기차 인제 그베 남주. 지금 차 생연들 제지요. 차세 차디 생보. 차데라 류나 셰야게 차데라 집을 주베 차다. 류타지 살아도 차니요.
And now the follows about prostration, and we recite here, that saying, I respectfully I prostrate to you three doors, and and there are many ways of making the prostrations, such as verbal and so forth, and that you do. But physical prostrations I find it difficult for you, and you just sit there without actually making the full length in the prostrations. And in accordance with the Vinaya, the two prostrations are mentioned. One is bent, and then next is outstretched prostrations. If one cannot make actually full kind of prostrations or outstretched prostrations, at least physically one should make fold hands at our heart when we do make prostrations. And this outstretch, so the outstretch the prostration is not made in accordance with the Vinaya. And there's another prostration known as and that you don't know how to do it.
Jebu Majidagi Sanje Jebu Majida launching Shan Pegre. Launching Shan to do Sanje to pay a time moon reason. Lamsa Launcha Chonja Jabazuru, Korama Risho. What it looks serious. Sanje Java Tashan launching Shan Lamsa Ridong Sadikonma. Ribi Deguma Sanje Kishin.
And this now Kyabje means the prostration of the lying down by the king. This you can't do it because when the king Ajatashattra used to ride on an elephant, and when he saw the Buddha, he immediately get off and fell onto the ground, but he is never injured and he is never destroyed.
Ngay shinde na kay jaba laba chama na shira che so mi cha che yu odi chira mi cha che lu mo na ro na me tu le na ro na be tu le be cha che yu se tu ru su se shore ndi ge so ni ya ju de cha yi mo no shore cha ma ri ku be nam ju re su na sa ge re su.
And then the Ajatashattra said, when I hear about you, I raise my hands and physically I pay some kind of the respect, and then his the disciples Buddha asked the questions: is the raising hands and so forth are the prostrations? And Buddha said not actual prostration, but it is the manner of paying respect.
Now,
if we make an outstretched prostrations, and then we should do it because we receive the more merits. If we can't do outstretched prostration, then we should do a bent one, a bent prostration, touching 5 limbs of the body on the ground. And the 5 limbs, we say that 5 limbs, but 2 feet already touch on the ground, and at the same time we need to touch the 2 limbs on the ground. And then another 2 limbs are the 2 palms of the hand should be touched on the ground. And the 5th one is that forehead should be touched on the ground. And some people just they bow down and they don't touch their forehead on the ground, just do it like this on the ground, but actually they don't touch the ground. If they don't touch their forehead on the ground, then that is not a prostration. And some people just touch the 2 the hands on the ground, but not the 2 knees, and place is also not prostration.
Ya salto ore su sarangi bobu yobasani bolor hozu pasi susi jeni de go ma sa yo ma sha den ding sha sha den go do ne ba le me wo ji de do wo ta ko ale me sai ne de ina kari de tema do wo.
And when we said that we should touch all these 5 limbs on the ground, some people may think that it should be complete on the solid in the ground, and some people maybe think that we have to remove the carpets. So it's not necessary, that we can just touch on the ground if the carpet is laid on. It doesn't matter, just touch on where we are making the prostration.
那亚龙就的那下山上江下一年人攻下的亚龙就路是那个亚东可多嘛是那个亚攻那做那种开心这没用的
And when we in the making of prostrations, be it bent or outstretched, we should they do like this, while not closing our fingers in the palm, and some people when they finish the outstretch or the bend in the prostration, and when they are getting on, and then they close their fingers like this, and then this is incorrect to do it.
아니 자 세계마 장샤인마니 내사야 말로마제 내수저 내니 바다 수도 계시 되게 들어요 들을 지지요 말이야 많이 살다 주고 농구래요.
And some people when they make a prostration, so land outstretch prostration, and they just lay down on the ground. They don't even get up. So lie down on the ground, then they even talk to the other colleagues. So it's not good to be there on the ground for a long time. So as soon as you finish touching the ground, you should get up.
但原来咱们那个东西下的龙马头那个天目家，我们到估计是钱，挺牛的。我从国家跟旅国跟下去的些，我给原来就那个去的，我就我给下的，什么台湾去，台湾的呗六个人呗，我也是，伢你家里用不用的，土沙东的马沙东的，也不用的，都不用的，看几个人呗，我就经常让你钱什么六趴给呗，台湾的了掐死的，我真的是呢。
When we say I respectfully I prostrate to you with the 3 doors, and if we cannot make an outstretched prostrations, and then we should we should make folded hands physically at our heart, and then we should slightly bend our head or incline our the head towards the front, and then this is sufficient. Making physical prostrations, and as for the verbal prostration, then we should say sing praise to the objects of refuge. Then this is a verbal prostration, and then developing devotion and faith in the objects of the prostration. I think that you all know everything what I do, and rely completely on the objects of refuge is done in the mental prostration.
上路东亚去了，现在两米六就下去了，现在不钱了。累计定了，去年上届设计跟那学吧，在那去年那马六吧，他就叫到是，对现在的家居的我路当，你这对的说嘛的，对来中的，对来中的提前都，首席要工队就一。 那他们你们要下来的就拿着弄去了，流程我就讲是这就要当，我的亲戚的了，2天是他2天是那你这个就是了，他这来跑对方是没这个嘛的，对方是没通嘛的，但也这个对的，他对全部的这不这个啥全部个，咱们这个啥刚刚了，对这当常年不进的，对这个多了3节个新他们这。 3节个新康人呢，3节等讲究什么扩大这嘛，3节个主用的，好的，对人头来个3节新康是主用的，对穷人切的用不嘛的，3节新康穷人用不嘛的，他们的这个谁他是同学的，他那永久的，听俺说老的去个嘛的，3节个3万3节没切不一样的，过去3万3节没切，中国3万3节没，土地3万3节没切不切，过去3万3节没切，听那个，要让对几定了，对你3节些，他对几个定了。 东数就这个长短年白白， 산지 신가 주죠. 신가 지면서 이면서 왜 누구 전단님이 신가에 주통이죠. 다도 왜 셰바 사마도 노도 차도에 요마리. 다만 이메베 신가 사마다를 다 말아서 노도 차되어지는 늘 제일 실수 도가는 의제주. 바보 공부처럼 의제주. 의제를 이렇게는 산지의 신가 다 이거 주네. 나게 칸다지 산지 신가도 산지 꾸이 바 칸데바 산도도 랑을 위해 대단 냠바바 주는 뜻을 차세 제가 여성이지 대단 냠바지기 처바 빠도는 사진 나가 뭐 주는 처바 표고 여성이지 처바 도스 teaching suna chimusawi.
So next is now about offering and if we visualize the offerings very extensively, then it is a little bit complicated and difficult for us to do it. But anyway, there's some people what they do is they try to visualize the atoms, giving this sun or atoms which are the sun rays, where in the Buddha land. So on each of these the small atoms, then they visualize this Buddha land, and on the Buddha land, and then they visualize the Buddhas and other Buddhist sattvas, and just as there are countless atoms in this world, so too they visualize countless Buddha lands and the Buddhas, and when they visualize these countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and then they image the Buddhas and the Buddha lands does not become smaller, then atoms does not become bigger in this way, and then they make offerings to this Buddha and Buddha lands. We cannot do this, but what we can do is that from the hair pose of the Jetsankaba and his two spiritual sons who are in the space for us, the center lights and it's many lights, and each on the tip of each lights, and then one should visualize the Buddha land and the Buddhas residing there, and then one should also, and at the same time one should emanate many replica of one's body, and then one should imagine that one's making an offerings to these Buddhas who are residing in the countless Buddha lands.
Sanje namba danse thoba kanchen so syaji ore.
There is one the Buddha known as Thoba Kanchen. So
어디 다자 같은 거 샤자 토바고 주의기 롱구도.
It is this this the basis for the emanating the Shakyamuni Buddha, which is Thoba Kanchen. So it's the internal body, which is the basis for emanating Shakyamuni Buddha.
가시 주거리 송도 때가 있는. 또가 남한테 관심 소스면 산제의 고수 주무 요한다도. 고수가 바보 공부를 해준 산제의 신하를 요리. 친이도 동라지 요리.
And some people say that this Tuba Namna Kanchen So is emanation body, but it's the enjoying body, which is who's the basis of emanate Shakyamuni Buddha. And this Buddha Kanchen Tuba Namna Kanchen So is very tall. On each of these, each of the hair pose of this Tuba Buddha Tuba Namna Kanchen